So we're super stoked to have him here. I'm here with Sarah Van Dam. So Sarah, what's it like? This is your, I believe, your second or third year with DNA? First year with DNA. Awesome. And what's it like? Sarah is local to she's from BC. Yeah, she's from BC. And you know, Sarah, what's it like racing with a national team like DNA? And Sarah's also U23 National Road Champion. Yes. So, you definitely have some star power on this team. Of course, Caitlin Roberta as well over here. And what's it like with such an experienced crew of racers here?
Oh, I've been learning so much this year from them, and yeah, I'm super good.
Awesome. Congratulations, and have a great race out there. We'll be cheering you guys on. On continue maintenant avec l'équipe Grande Escomouji, la fabrique. Joséphine Toloquin, Laurie Millette, Fabienne Burry, Anna Gabrielle Tatler et Madeline Earl.
Ça va? Oui? As-tu des coureurs aussi? Non, moi je suis en droite. En regarde droite, on a plus belle. Moi je cours plus, ça se voit pas. Ok, c'est toi qui es juste là, ok. Parfait, on va tout. Ok. Nous autres, on va être juste en avant. Oui, en fait, on regarde tout en avant. Moi je vais être un petit peu en avant de toi. Moi, je vais donner des chocs.
Je suis avec Laurie Millette, l'athlète de 20 ans de Gatineau, vice-championne canadienne sur route. Laurie, on est à moins d'une heure du départ. Comment on se sent aujourd'hui?
Ben, en fait, moi, je redescends. Parce que ce qui arrive, c'est que moi, je vais toujours jouer avec le peloton qui est échappé. Toi, l'endroitier, c'est celui qui est la première. Non, c'est l'autre qui est en avant. OK. Bruno, c'est celui qui est... Oui.
À quoi qu'on peut s'attendre de toi et de ton équipe découverte pour cette journée de course sur les rues de Gatineau?
On gap de un bon 300 mètres, 400 mètres, minimum en avant. Oui, ben, avec tout ce qui est
Merci beaucoup, Laurie. On les applaudit. L'équipe Grande Escomouji, la fabrique.
Mais c'est rare. Quand même, c'est rare. Très rare.
Ciphers to the stage, please. Team Ciphers.
Les deux, quand ils ont arrêté de faire de la course, les deux ont joué jusqu'à...
Three teams left, folks. Three teams left. Il reste trois équipes à présenter.
325 et 280.
Bonjour André, là. Dangereux?
Oui, sa femme, ça fait. Non, elle est 5 équipes. Moi, les gars, par la suite, là, une fois qu'ils ont réussi, gardez-vous les calmes.
Bon, merci.
Ça marche, il y a plus de convertir à quoi. Les deux ont joué jusqu'au bord de l'universitaire. Ils ont terminé, là. Parce qu'ils ont 25. Ils ont 25 et 22.
All right, next up, Team Cypress.
Le deuxième, il a commencé un cours en électronique.
L'équipe Cypress. André Christou, Kimitra Kokuma, Eleni Kokuma, and Constantina Georgiou.
Je fais le cours du matin.
Ça a commencé à la moitié de la saison. 23 ans, je fais le cours.
Depuis 2000.
national team, guys. Je suis ici avec l'équipe nationale du Cyprus. And I'm here with Antri. And Antri, is this your first time racing in Canada?
No, it's my second time.
Awesome. And how have your races been going so far on the international season?
The season was really long.
You guys looked really good out there in the TT. You posted a solid result yesterday. And how are you feeling as a team coming into today's road race? How do you prepare for this event? Excellent. Well, enjoy your stay here. Hopefully you get to see the region and enjoy it. And best of luck out there today. Thank you. Next up, on continue maintenant avec l'équipe des États-Unis, the United States. Amberly Neiman, Emily Ehrlich, Skylar Schneider, Samantha Schneider, Megan Jastrab, and Lauren Stevens. All right, everybody, I'm here with Skylar Schneider from the American team. We're in the Pan American Champions jersey. You've had a phenomenal season. What's like coming here to Gatineau? Is this your first time here?
Yes, first time here. Really excited to be here with the U.S. national team. We don't often get to race with each other, only against each other. So I have a strong squad, and I'm excited to see what we can do.
Awesome. So despite the rough roads out there, Quebec is kind of known for it, unfortunately. So how do you prepare if you guys haven't really had a chance to roll together? How do you prepare for an event like this?
We've raced against each other enough to know each other's strength, and we had the chance to also go to the time trial yesterday, and yeah, it was an opener today, and we're excited to start racing.
What's it like racing Quebec then?
Really special. My sister and I, our grandma was actually born in Montreal, so it feels special to be racing here, and yeah, a beautiful day for it and a good crowd.
Et parlez-vous français? We won't hold it against you. Have a great day out there, guys, and congratulations, and we'll see you at the finish line. Et finalement, last but definitely not least, here we are, the team we've all been waiting for. Make some noise, on fait du bruit pour l'équipe du Canada! Adele Normand, Jenna Nussman, Aaron Beerclough, and Allison Jackson. All right, we're going to ask these guys some questions up here, right? On va poser des questions. Nos équipières canadiennes. Listen, man, you've had a busy year. What's it like? Is this your first time racing Gatineau, or have you done this event in the past?
No, I've raced it a couple times. I was second in 2018.
OK, bon. Lui, il attend juste que le race est fini.
Classé deuxième au Tour de Gatineau en 2018. So, you guys haven't really had much chance to roll with each other this season. So, how do you prepare for an event like this?
Yeah, well, we may not have been on the same team, but we've been in different bike races together, and you get to know your competitors pretty well. And these are professional bike riders, so we know what it takes to do the job. So, then we just try to put those pieces together for a race like this.
And what's it like racing on home soil?
Yeah, actually, that's just one of my biggest joys of being here. We don't have many bike races in Canada, and when you get two UCI 1.1 events in Canada, it really means a lot. And hopefully, a great way to develop the sport.
Okay, so what inquiring minds want to know, what's the finish line going to be? The finish line dance going to be? So if anybody hasn't checked out Alice Graham Instagram page, so she put a poll up on what finish line she's going to do. Is it going to be the Paris-Roubaix? Is it going to be the Tiny Dancer? I am not a dancer, so I won't even demonstrate the rest of the moves, but will the other teammates celebrate with you?
We have to know which one to do, so we'll see.
And how stoked are you guys to be here in Canada?
Yeah, it's really cool. For me, it's my first UCI race in Canada, and of course, the very well the team is a bit of motivation. So, yeah.
All right, so who's going to be bringing on Team Canada? Woo! Alors, félicitations. Right up there, guys. Et c'est ça conclut, c'est ça la conclusion de la présentation d'équipe. Il est maintenant 2h45. It's now 2:45. That concludes our team presentations, folks. I'm Roland Merci. Thank you so much for all coming. And we will see you at the start in 15 minutes.
Hi guys, do you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool. So we are about to start the show. I'm gonna do a countdown in a couple of seconds. Just be ready.
Ça fait tellement plaisir d'être ici. Tout le monde, mon nom est France Bellé, je suis la ministre de Gatineau. C'est une journée extraordinaire. C'est un retour aussi pour cet événement.
Caméra 4. On va commencer sur un plan plus large, s'il te plaît. Je vais commencer. Une fois que tu vas être placé, tu peux y aller. Ah ouais, t'es en onde. Hein. Tu peux pas faire un mouvement rapide.
C'est dans notre ville, on a plus de 300 km de réseau cyclable. Je souhaite que tout le monde ici est au courant. Alors, je vous souhaite une course extraordinaire. Je suis tellement fière qu'on soit ici parce que les organisations sportives comme la vôtre permettent à la ville de Gatineau de rayonner ici. C'est une immense visibilité que vous avez à notre ville d'être ici. Et c'est formidable de voir vos rues ici se transformer pour accueillir des événements. Alors, je vous souhaite bon succès, en sécurité, bonne course et bonne journée tout le monde.
Merci, Madame la ministre. On inviterait des coureuses à s'approcher à la ligne de départ. We invite the racers to approach the line, the starting line.
5 minutes to start. 5 minutes au départ.
Welcome to the tour of Gatineau for our second day of racing after the individual time trial yesterday. Time for the road race today. 112 kilometers, 16 circuits around a 7-kilometer circuit here in Gatineau, where we'll determine a worthy winner at the end of the day today based on the talent in the field from the individual time trial yesterday. Should be in for a good show today, being joined in the commentary booth by former winner of this event, Lauren Hall, who was with us for the time trial yesterday. Lauren, anyone stand out for you that you'll be looking for in the road race today?
Oh, 100%, Brad. It's always good to be back here. Thanks for having me. But I'm going to put my money on a Skylar Schneider for today. Allison Jackson is another one that I'm looking for. And then you've got the teams. You've got the trade teams here. So not only do we have our national teams, our Canadian national teams, and USA Cycling national teams, but having the likes of DNA Pro Cycling, Red Truck Racing, it is going to be a great day of racing.
Roger's just getting their final instructions right now before they will roll out for, again, a circuit here. It's long enough that they're not calling it a circuit race. This does qualify as UCI 1.1 road race. But talk me through a little bit about this circuit, Lauren. 16 laps. How does that change the racing, knowing that you'll see some of the same corners over and over?
Right. That's a good point. Having your team play into that advantage, not too much of elevation gain. Again, the difference between this course and what we've seen in the past for this race is they are out of the Gatineau Park and into downtown Gatineau, essentially more of a crit style, to the finish and out from the start. And then onto the long boulevard that we have seen yesterday in the time trial. So they have seen most of this course. So, yeah, you got to have your heads up. A little bit of wind factor today. All of that plays into having a good team plan, good lead out into this finish.
We saw a very impressive ride yesterday from Anna Kiesenhofer, the Austrian on the Israel Premier Tech Roland team, winning the individual time trial. Does that give you any confidence heading into the day today, Lauren? I mean, looking at part of this course used in the time trial yesterday, do you look at this as a breakaway opportunity if you're a time trialist?
Yeah, no doubt. When you have someone like Anna Kiesenhofer or you have someone like Amber Neben or Lauren Stevens even, and again, going to Allison Jackson, all of those are your top contenders for the day. And someone, I went to Skylar Schneider and saying that basically Skylar can use that to her advantage, send someone up the road, make people chase them down, and then hopefully you've got enough of a team for a lead out. And you're going to also have someone like Heidi Franz today over there at DNA Pro Cycling. Hattie is coming on to good form late in the season, had a lot of transfers early season, a lot going on within teams. So now to see her over here with her trade team, coming out of World Championships with a lot of confidence, as she should, this is going to be a great day of racing.
Of course, end of season racing always has some special value to it. A lot of these riders will be looking for UCI points. This is also where maybe you're looking for a contract for next year. Good chance to get some results when the 2024 signings start.
Brad, who do you have your eye on today? I mean, you've called enough racing that I always like to pick your brain and just see what you're thinking.
Allison Jackson, I think a great choice. Canadian rider, home turf, back racing in Canada. A little bit more pressure when you come back after a year like Allison Jackson had to perform on your home territory. So I think that gives her a little leg up on the day today. But like you said, anyone who had a good time trial yesterday, I think is a good sort of indication that they'll be on good form. Schneider, I'm not sure if she even took to the time trial yesterday. Didn't see a result from her. So I think Neben, Jackson, names like that have a good shot today.
From all over the world. So who's excited to watch some racing?
It's pretty exciting to have this race back on the circuit. It was such an important race, and it is an important race, like you're talking about. UCI points, a lot on the line here. So having Caroline Canuel, a former racer, World Tour racer, coming back and bringing this race back to life is a big deal for women's cycling, and I'm so glad the effort is there, and it is definitely needed. And so much work goes into putting in a bike race. I don't see how it gets done, but I am so glad this race is back on the calendar.
Well, they were awarded with some great conditions for getting the race back into Gatineau. 23 degrees Celsius out there right now. No chance of precipitation today, and wind at 14 kilometers per hour. So a little heavier than yesterday. We did see some pretty light winds in the time trial, but you can see those flags waving just past the line. Much heavier today than they were yesterday.
Yeah, and I wonder how exposed Boulevard de Lucerne is, and how that will, if that's going to be a factor today. It will die down throughout the afternoon, but right now it's stout enough that if it's exposed anywhere, it could definitely play a part.
All right, so it looks like we are just waiting on the all clear here for the start. And remember, two separate races here at Tour of Gatineau. Even though we had the individual time trial yesterday, that is not carried over to today. So it's not scored like a stage race or an Omnium, just individual UCI 1.1 single day stage races. And then they'll also have a bit of a criterium tomorrow, my favorite discipline of bike racing. So a great full weekend of racing at the Tour of Gatineau.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be men and women's race, more of a local style race. But when you have a full weekend like this, it's just so good to bring your entire team and just continue the race experience. Again, we're talking about, world championships have already happened. We're kind of winding down the season, but to keep the edge sharp by having a full weekend of racing and all the disciplines is vital for a team and very important for an athlete. So I'm glad that all of this is happening this weekend, even though they're kind of standalone events back to back.
Vous êtes pris à nous entendre parler et à essayer de vous garder éveillés. Mais dès que l'action va se lancer, ça va y aller au temps.
As the riders await their departure, we'll talk a little bit about the run in to the finish, a little bit about this course. You talked about some of the long, wide open sections. There are a couple straight, flat sections on this course. That's probably where the breakaway riders will be looking to get away. But then the run in to the finish does have a couple corners. It's the same run in that they used yesterday. So those last two turns, right inside the last roughly 500 meters before you get to the finish line, two right-handers, two 90-degree right-hand turns at about 550 and then maybe 450 meters. The 500-meter marker is just in between them. So if you can get a little gap at 500 meters to go, maybe try and use those corners to your advantage if the group is all together on the run into the finish.
Yeah, exactly right. Great point, Brad. And, we looking at the TT yesterday and knowing that that's almost an uphill riser finish, basically from 500 meters out. So, potentially it's not going to be this beautiful, easy, lead out train to all the way to the finish line. It's more going to be a fight to that 500 meters to go. Then it's kind of all bets off from there. You've got those 2 turns, you've got a little bit of an uphill drag. So, just like we saw if you've been watching the Vuelta today, if you can get gone early, you can take them by surprise and get away with a win from the sprinters. So, yeah, very much a factor. And knowing that they'll see it multiple times in the day, your sprinter or whoever your team leader is, they will have seen it over and over and over. They're going to go on their radio. They're going to talk to their teammates, and they're going to go through the peloton and talk to them and say, hey, this is where we need to be. This is where I need to be dropped off, and this is how this should play out, what side of the road I'm going to be on. All those are factors into winning this sprint here.
Of course, if those riders want a sprint, they'll have to get through some of the breakaway artists first, which I think will look very similar to the time trial finishing list from yesterday. Those are the riders that will be looking to get away here. So names like Neben, Jackson. Saw Emily Ehrlich with a good result as well. She could have a good ride today for Team USA. Looking to pick up their points ahead of the end of the season here, the all-important UCI points. So this race has a little bit more weight for teams and riders that are on the bubble that really need those points. Makes this one of the most important races of the season.
You're exactly right. And kind of looking at someone who didn't race the time trial yesterday to stay fresh, like a Heidi Franz, a Caitlin Ruwerda, you got to look at those riders as well. And, they're fresh, they're ready, they're specifically keyed in on for today. So, yeah, this could be, you're going to have someone that normally you may have seen yesterday and maybe a couple of surprises today.
It looks like our riders have snapped to attention, which means that hopefully we'll be underway and racing here shortly. Just making sure course is safe for everyone to get out there and get rolling. This is one of the important parts at the start of the race, making sure that this course is locked down and safe before they get out there on the road. See a lot of the teams lining up together. DNA Pro Cycling off to the right-hand side of the picture here. You saw Red Truck Racing lining up with their group all together as well. Lauren, do you think there may be a sense that something could go early on here? Is there a worry that there's a separation in the first few kilometers?
100%. It's a one-day race, so all bets off. This isn't a stage race. This isn't something that you're going to. There is some calculation into today's race, but for the most part, those that potentially don't have a full team. I mean, even looking at the Canadian national team, they only have 4 riders. So their biggest bet, if they can decrease the numbers of competitors going up against their 4, the better off they are. So you're going to have someone like Allison Jackson. She's probably going to sit in the pocket for most of the day. You'll probably see her towards the end of the race. But don't you think they're just going to send someone off right off the bat just to kind of set a precedent of, hey, we're here to race. We want you guys to, let's go. We're going to get up the road. We aren't here to parade. We are here to race, and we're going to make this as hard as possible because it's 102 kilometers, mostly flat. They have to go full tilt and go ahead and set the precedent.
It'll be interesting to see which teams and which programs take charge early on and who tries to escape out of the group, trying to make the daring early move to get away here. Again, the total of 112 kilometers on tap, 16 laps of the 7-kilometer circuit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 102 riders and 112 kilometers. I got that backwards. Yes, 112 kilometers. Don't short them anything, Lauren.
Still waiting on the all clear. I did hear some discussion earlier about possible change to the course. Not sure if that happened or not. It would have just been a small change on the far side of this circuit where they start to make their way into the park, although don't know that that's going to change the way that this race is raced that much.
Not, yeah, you're exactly right. Maybe not so much necessarily, but safety first and foremost. So I imagine it's worth waiting a couple more minutes just to make sure that everything is all clear and the course is set up properly.
How does a late day start change things, Lauren? Don't see a lot of 3 o'clock starts for many of your races.
Not for you're exactly right, Brad. Not for a 1 day stage race. It's usually mid morning, maybe 11, 12 o'clock at the latest. And so, yeah, I would imagine that some of them probably rode this morning, rode the trainer, rode the rollers, just to deal with the nerves. I mean, you're kind of sitting around waiting for the race. You had yesterday, you have today and tomorrow. And like I said, you have a lot of these women that didn't do the time trial yesterday, so they're itching to race. So usually just spin out super easy, get those nerves out of your system, and just gives you something to do almost. But of course, the mechanics are very wary of that because they essentially want to put the race wheels on the bike and then be set for the day. So if you're out there spinning around, you have to be very cautious. So yeah, all these little factors just to keep the athletes calm and relaxed, and yeah, hopefully getting underway here pretty soon.
The other element that we're seeing a lot of riders racing here with their national team as opposed to the trade team. Teams like Team USA, we saw Team Canada lining up a national team as well. They're looking for UCI points ahead of the Olympic selection coming up as we get underway in racing at the Tour of Gatineau. 112 kilometers on tap for our pro women's field. And so much for a calm start already. Stringing it out on the front a little bit here.
Oh, I like it. I like these. Again, you're kind of right here in this circuit bit of town. These turns starting off. These buildings you can't see through them. So like I said, let's go ahead and set the standard of potentially, you know, what are we looking at? How do we get up the road? And out of sight, out of mind. So I would imagine, again, talking about nerves, end of season points, like even though there's been so much racing this year and where everyone is in the year, and it's not near as hectic as maybe a spring classic per se as a start, but it's still a very important race. The points are very important, and anytime someone toes the line, they want to win. So all of these teams, they make the effort to get over here to Gatineau. It's a big deal. So yeah, they're here to race.
And these riders settling in at the back, finding a nice little draft to sit in. I would think some of the big worry in this group would be some of the road conditions here. Obviously, impossible to maintain smooth roads with the weather conditions that Gatineau gets with the constant freeze thaw of the fall and winter, and dare I even say spring season. So maybe want to be a little closer to the front, Lauren. Just make sure that you see any upcoming road hazards or potholes.
100%. And we saw that yesterday in the time trial, didn't we? Trying to pick your line as smooth as possible. The other thing I would note in this peloton is you're kind of going to have a mixed bag of riders. I think you're going to have some more of the continental riders trying just to see how they how they race up against some of the best in the world. So you potentially have some at the back that may not have the confidence or the awareness to be at the front, or to have a full on game plan. Their tactic today is just get the experience. We brought this race back. It's one of the best fields, best races in Canada. So let's get in there, cut your teeth, see how it goes. And then then it runs the gamut from the back of the peloton all the way up to world champions and Olympians. So it's quite a mixed group in the peloton. And again, one of the reasons that you'll see it string out at certain times and be a harder race is just controlling the pace, controlling your location in the peloton and positioning from those top tier teams.
Yeah, huge opportunity for some of these Canadian riders, Canadian teams to sort of learn from the best. Obviously, once a lot of these riders go to Europe, they don't get the chance to come back and sort of share that knowledge a lot, just purely because of the lack of racing. But events like this allow riders like, let's say, Allison Jackson to come back and sort of share some of that institutional knowledge with other Canadian riders.
Right. And, talking about going to Europe and coming back, DNA Pro Cycling's fresh off racing in Ardèche, one of the hardest stage races in France, but also one of the most beautiful. If you've ever had a chance to go over there, it's amazing. But, they go straight from Ardèche back here. It's just a stopover back on to Salt Lake City where that team is based. So, again, talking about where everyone is in the season, and cyclocross is now starting up. So it's you're in this middle space. World Championships has already happened. The Olympics are coming up next July. So you're in the in between. But again, I just can't emphasize enough how important the points are right now.
A finish line awaiting the riders. You can see the distance markers there. And Lauren, I don't know that this showed up on the tech guide, but there is a definite uphill kick in the last, let's say, 50 meters. That this is one where maybe it doesn't show up when you look at it on the map. You read the stage profile, but once you get there, it's like, that is definitely an uphill finish here.
Right. And, if the wind plays a factor into that, and like I said, those last 500 meters, I think, is mostly a riser. So, as a sprinter, you usually like to, again, you're talking about crit racing and coming around that last corner and you can see the finish line and trying to time your sprint just perfectly. But I think this is going to be more of a battle finish. It's not going to be this smooth run in. It's just going to be attack after attack after attack from 500 meters to go.
Just got a glimpse of some pink jerseys on the front of the group. And these are some riders already struggling at the back. Just one lapse of attention, Lauren. One bad corner. You not paying attention on this transition coming onto the bike path off of the road. That could get you gapped off really easy in a race like this.
No doubt. And that's going to be that's a very interesting section. Again, things that you can't really tell on the tech guide. But again, they've probably previewed this course. But man, that section right there is going to be very important later in the race. And yet this is what happens. You can only fit so many bodies on that small path. That is, yes, it's only, a couple hundred yards tops, but it is crucial to this race.
That was Eleni Kokuma out of Cyprus in the white jersey. Look at this, shredding at the back, getting really dangerous back here, Lauren. No good reason to be at the back of the group right now. This is forming a pretty potentially sketchy group at the back here because if just one rider lets a gap open up here, that becomes everyone's problem. You're seeing these two riders in the red jersey here trying to figure out how to deal with this gap that's opened up in front of them.
This is a very bad spot to be in. This is the back of the peloton. It's, this is the whiplash effect we talk a lot about. And again, going back to what you were saying earlier, your favorite races is crit racing. This is essentially what happens. You're at the back and it's this whiplash effect. And, haven't really gotten very far into this race, and all these turns and that tight section, all of that plays a factor. Again, so many people on so much road, eventually someone's going to get spit out the back, and this is the effect. Yves Tremblay is trying to get back to the back of this peloton. Just if she could just get connected at all, that would be great. But that's a lot of real estate between her and her teammate, and then the back of this peloton.
Not a ton of great places to get on, are there?
No, and
Look
this
for
again, it goes
sections.
back to yeah, you were talking about the pavement, and we can see the moto camera having a bit of trouble going over some of those speed bumps, and again, it's kind of rough road, and again, just more factors that will cause problems if you're not attentive and towards the front.
Guess the hope right now is that things just calm down a little bit. Maybe after the first circuit, the field kind of finds a rhythm. Looks like they're kind of getting into that now. Be a good chance for riders at the back to get back together here. But again, take that opportunity as it comes and just make sure that you don't need that opportunity again. DNA rider off the bike, off to the right-hand side, just past what I think was not sure if that was a proper or an impromptu feed zone, but a few teams posted up there. We'll see if DNA rider gets service and gets back in. Meanwhile, they're going to lead it into the last few corners here. Is those two right-handers we were talking about yesterday. And then on to the home stretch. So one lap down for our pro women's field here.
Brad, something that's also changed from yesterday is the cone placement. Just right there in that last corner, they had a cone basically right at the curb. Again, most of the time that is covering a pothole or making the peloton aware of something in the road, but it also it just distracts you ever so slightly as a racer. So again, first lap down, let's get a look at everything. Yes, we're going to come through here multiple times, but at the same time, key in on these things that will be crucial towards the end of the race.
And you see the support caravan vehicles behind. Each team will have a car back to service the riders, which I guess that DNA rider will be getting service right now. Meanwhile, watching Hannah Raidlow for the Ride with Rendell team. Rolling through the line. The other part is the wind out there. I'm not sure what the conditions are like once they get out into the open section. That start-finish area sort of sheltered by trees and buildings, things like that. So there could be some windier, more wide-open sections here.
One advantage to this peloton is that Anna Kiesenhofer only came in for the time trial yesterday, not doing the road race today. So, one less individual that has the threat to go off the front and essentially solo for this entire race. We got a crash.
I hate to see it. Riders getting tied up. Looks like in one of the corners. I think that was a Roxo Racing jersey down on the ground. We'll see if we get an update from there. Hate to see it, Lauren, especially this early on in the race. Just a brief touch of wheels sometimes can change your entire day.
Yeah, and again, they just go over the speed bump right there, and just something like that can just kind of throw a rider into another rider. And obviously this is a bit of a tricky course. Now that you start thinking about the big picture, you've got the asphalt, you've got the turns, you've got the uphill finish, you've got that small detour into the very tight goat path. So all of this is just going to be a fight to stay at the front, stay safe, stay in your group, within your team, and stay in the awareness zone of what is happening in the race. Don't be a product of the race, be a part of the race. And once you're back here, you are a product of the race. You're a product of the road. You're a product of the elements. So, unfortunately, the Roxo racer, having a bit of a bit of trouble today already. Hopefully she, like you said, she has the ability to potentially get back in.
Starting to see some shape shifting happening on the front of the field as some riders start to inch forward, putting another group of 4 in trouble at the back here. This rider off to the left-hand side doing a good job realizing that she needs to leave this group behind, jumping off to the side and saying, we're going to have to go a little faster than this if we want to try and stay in the group. So that aggression to try and stay in this race, that's what's going to keep these riders in it today.
It will, but yeah, it's interesting that when you're off the back so soon, that's not good news.
Lauren, are you able to recover in a situation like this if you do come off the back once or twice early on? How much does that shake you? I'm sure mentally, but physically as well, the effort to try and jump back in. It can be done. This race isn't over yet for these riders that have found themselves gapped early on here.
No, you're exactly right, Brad. It's not over. It's all, again, when I was talking about you're a product of the race, it all depends on what those on the front of the peloton are feeling like doing or what their game plan is. So, yeah, you put forth an effort. You're also putting forth effort in the peloton, not near as much as you are back here. And now you have the cars to deal with, which they are, professional drivers. They know what they're doing, hopefully. You always give way to the cyclists, but yeah, it's you're a product of the speed of the peloton and the course. So, if you get back here, you get called out. Don't panic. Do your best. Make your way back to the peloton. We aren't seeing anything happen quite yet off the front. No attacks. No gamesmanship between the teams, between the nations. So, yeah, get back in the peloton. And your first inclination should be to go all the way to the front. That is the safest, smoothest place to be. But that's going to be a big ask for anyone back here because not only do you have to catch the back of the peloton, but then you have to weave your way through peloton traffic to get to the front. And you're not just gonna. No one's just gonna give you a free pass. No one's gonna say, "Oh, please come on in. I would rather you be in front of me than behind me." No way. There's a reason that DNA is at the front. There's a reason Roxo's at the front. There's a reason Canadian national team is at the front. USA Cycling is at the front. They want to be there, and they're not going to let anyone in, especially if they haven't seen you in a while. Who is this one person? So, yeah, hopefully this DNA rider can make it back.
Yeah, this is, I think, Sarah Van Dam coming back into the group. We were watching the group of Madeleine Le Breton from the Cyclery Racing Team, along with Sarah Hamill from Selection Quebec at the back of the group. Looks like they have just got back in here, just tacking back on. So there you go. Never over till it's over.
No way. Go to the front, though. Keep going.
Well, the rest of these riders not going to make that easy. You can see the fighting going on at the back just to stay on tempo here. And anytime the field gets shaped like this, that means they are driving it at the front. So it is starting to string the elastic out here. Tough time to move up after catching back on, plus the little uphill kicker here. And then teams like DNA and Canadian national team going to drive the tempo up there as well. But the hard part is over. They've regained contact, so at least they've got that to look forward to.
Yeah, the tough bit is when you see the peloton is a bunch up front, and then you see just a ones and twos strung out wheel to wheel single file. That's trouble for those in the back. Now we see a bunch. That's okay. That means everybody's kind of slowed down. We got a mechanical or something's going on here for this InstaFun rider looking for her team car. So here we have InstaFun at the front saying, hey, just keep an eye on things up here, and probably on race radio saying, hey, we've got one at the back having technical difficulties. So, do what you can. Looks like Helena is having a bit of difficulty. The problem is she's going back to the car versus the car coming to her. So what she should be doing is just doing her best to stay with the peloton instead of going all the way back to the car. But she's going to have a long, hard road. Like you're saying, some of those other riders that were off the back, if she doesn't get any help, it's going to be a long day for Helena.
Coney with her InstaFund racing team with 3 other teammates up there, and Riley McMullen, Brenna Rye-Simpson, and Cassidy Hickey, wearing numbers 41 through 44, still looking for the car here.
Wow. Wow. Does she have a car, Brad?
Maybe looking for a neutral car for InstaFund.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough to see.
Well, she'll have plenty of time to get back on. Hopefully she can use those cars to do it with minimal effort to get back in the group. Meanwhile, looks like the U.S. national team driving it at the front. Saw Sam Schneider up there earlier, but I do see another one of those Team USA jerseys starting to come forward. So they're going to try and keep this tempo high. I think as they should. That would favor them to basically just turn this into a 100K slugfest and see who's left at the end.
But you got to be careful with that. You're just dragging. I mean, you know, there is some elevation gain, but not enough to just basically TT away from the group. You need to be very mindful of your effort up there. Know who's just on your wheels, because you're just basically dragging the group around otherwise.
It's going to be Emily Ehrlich getting up to the front, the American rider. Maybe looking to launch something for them, set something up as they make their way around the final corner one more time.
Got an attack going here. Can't quite make out. We also have bonus sprints today too, so that will shake things up within the race. Keep it fresh, keep everyone on their toes for sure.
So 2 laps down of the 16 today. That'll be 14 more times around the circuit for them. And really, this is turning into a race of what's happening at the back more than what's happening at the front so far, but still a lot of racing to go, just 20 minutes in. Oh, look at that. Speed definitely picking up here, going single file front to back. Lauren, what's this tell you?
That tells me that this is the pace is on right now. Again, we're talking about those intermediate sprints that will happen during the race. We have multiple sprints today, and that just adds another dynamic to the day. Another dynamic to the race plan. And then, you know, for those at the back, you know, you think about Helena back there trying to get the neutral car at the very back of the caravan. That is a disaster for her to have that happen the previous lap, you know, into such a fast lap that's happening right now. Wow, this is just exploded right now.
First of those sprint points are on the line next time they go through at the finish of lap number 3. They've completed 2 already, on to the 3rd right now. Those sprints come at laps 3, 6, 9, and 12, going 3 deep with 3 points for first, 2 points for second, and 1 point for third. A little bit of prize money for the winner in the points classification, so we'll see if anybody targets that on laps 3, 6, 9, and 12.
DNA Pro Cycling back up here to the front, and Stefan coming through. A little bit of working together. Canadian national team, I'm going to gather that that's Allison Jackson. Just patrolling the front, pull through once or twice, say, hey, yeah, we're all here, game's here, team's here. And otherwise, sit in the pocket, relax, see if this doesn't come back together.
Look at Yulissa Alvarado at the back for Team Valley Velo. Trying to work her way back up into the group. Lucky for them, things starting to spread out up at the front, slowing down a little bit. Meanwhile, these riders still coming through the line. Good news for them is they found some riders to link up with. Not all alone, but fortunately, they have given up a significant amount of time to this field.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to make it back today unless there is a complete sit up in the peloton, which, as that lap has shown, I don't think that's going to be the case today.
Americans back up to the front. I think that is the white jersey of Skylar Schneider there in her Pan Am Champs jersey. See if we get another look up at the front as these riders try and work their way back in as well. Adrian Frazier, number 153 there at the back. And meanwhile, good view up at the front of the bike race on the right-hand side of the screen.
Again, USA Cycling National Team is essentially, like you were talking about earlier, is just patrolling the front, near the front, on the front, setting the pace. And they have that capability. They have the depth on the team, too. You just have to be careful that you're not just dragging the entire peloton around and doing so much work. But, again, they're going to go a pace that, hey, you've got Amber Neben probably as your team captain who's been around the block a time or two. She knows how to race her bike, and she knows how to monitor her efforts. Again, you have race radio. Also, you have Rachel Hederman in the team car, one of the most experienced directors out there. So, yeah, they're not going to do any unnecessary work, Brad.
Well, sometimes the best bike racers are the smartest bike racers.
You
trying
gotta
to stay
be.
out of trouble.
You better be.
Trying to stay fresh. Trying to stay out of this wind. All right, so again, there should be intermediate sprint points on the line as they come through, completing their third lap of racing. 3, 2, and 1 points for the top three across the line on 4 of the sprint laps. See if we get a look at the front here for anyone setting up. Still a lot of Team USA jerseys up there as far as I can see.
100%. And, one of the key places to play off of today for teams would be, attacking into that very small path. How much space is between there and the finish line how much distance from there to the finish line will be crucial.
And these riders still got it in sight. They can still see the back of that peloton just up the road in front of them. So again, not over till it's over. They did see some high-level numbers in there. I think that was Gontova from the Roxo Racing team. I think that was 31 on her back. Try and get confirmation on that.
Wow,
Typically, teams will put their stronger riders with the earlier numbers, but Getting a good look from up above here, Lauren. These drone shots over the last few years have given us a whole new perspective on the way that these races play out. Being able to see the shape of the field really animates the speed well and gives us a true understanding of what's going on out there on the road. This shot from head on, it just doesn't really give you the perspective of how long this field is, how far it is from the front of the group to the back.
Right, Brad, and the shape of the field and how the shape changes on the course, on the turns, how the road changes, and how that affects the group, and how the speed can affect the group. So, yeah, the overhead shot is so just gives such a perspective, like you're saying, and a different perspective. Here we can get a sense for the speed and what the bird's eye view is. But when you're when you have that overhead shot, it's just like, oh my god, it's I don't know, it's just a beautiful thing. I just love seeing the sport from that angle.
Things starting to bunch up again on a little more narrow roads here. Good chance for riders at the back, get back in. No separation yet, Lauren. Are you surprised that we haven't seen any groups getting away? Are they just keeping it too fast at the front, coming into the third lap? Why no breaks yet?
We're about 30 minutes into the race. I think it's also just the accordion effect you have when these teams are basically at the front right now, setting a pretty good pace, and so they're just whittling away those at the back, and the race plan will start to narrow and refine as the day goes on. And again, we were talking about the finish. We were, what we think is going to happen. We see these 500 meters to go, these 2 turns. It's an uphill finish. But when you're on the road, it plays out different. We can't really tell. We're just assuming that this is how it's going to play out. But when you get out there, things can change. So, they're just, there's still a sense of settling in, figure out how this course feels and rides and races, and then start to hone the race plan.
Kira Payer doing a good job chasing back on for Roxo back there. Now things starting to get a little spicy on the front. Riders using the uphill to their advantage on the way to the line, also looking for some of those sprint points. And we just lost the picture as they came through, but yeah, we'll see if we can get updated info.
Gatineau Pro Cycling has a pretty strong squad, Brad. I mean, you've got the likes of Holly Breck, Heidi Franz, Shayna Palace, outstanding, Caitlin Ruerta, and Sarah Van Dam. So, they are a strong team here. And we haven't talked a whole lot about them just quite yet. But, again, someone to key off of today, and a very important team that will be a factor at the end of this race.
Well, more and more starting to wonder if this is just sort of who brings the most firepower to their lead-out train at the end of the race. Because if this race does stay together, you can see how a power group of 4 or 5 riders could come together and really cause some damage to this race in the last circuit. So if some of these power teams continue to stay at the front in the numbers that they are, it's going to be a big problem for some of the smaller teams out here today.
And to not get caught out. It's you can get lulled through these laps to kind of let your guard down a little bit. Hey, nothing's happened. Like you're just saying, like no one's attacked, nothing has gone up the road yet, and so that you can kind of get this sense of complacency, and you start filtering back in the peloton a little bit, and that can be disastrous. Right when you least expect it, someone's going off the front and you are caught out. So that's usually a sense of what can happen. You have a stronger rider towards the back, and just a lapse of judgment. You've got so many laps going on here, and you're having to, again, this is a one-day race, so every meter counts. You have to pay attention every single second of this race.
See the effort even right now. These riders moving up on the left-hand side of the field, but it is an all-out sprint just to move up a few spots up the outside of this group. They are pinning it at the front of this field right now. Seeing the exact same thing happening to these riders at the back. It's hard to gain ground when you're already redlining just to stay where you are. And so it's becoming a real fight as some of the big names, the big teams, continue to swing their weight around on the front of this field. All right, so no intermediate sprint points for another 2 laps. Their next intermediate sprint will come on the 6th of 14 laps. And they are out on their 4th right now. InstaFun going to contribute up at the front here as well. They got a couple riders up there. What's that tell you, Lauren?
Yeah, again, potentially they were waiting in the peloton to see if Helena was going to make it back or not. I haven't been able to pick out Helena, but essentially, again, it's a one-day race. The race must go forward. The plan must go forward. Get back in position. So that's essentially, it's all about positioning today. Again, we've looked at the course, seeing how rough it is, and seeing some of these changes in these bigger, wider roads like we're seeing right now into that very small path, the turns. All these are factors around these buildings right here where you can't see if anyone gets up the road. So again, position is key. That's the most important thing in today. And being up there, being present, and keying off of your potential USA national team, since they obviously are setting the pace. Let them set the pace. Get in their draft. If that's what they want to do, let them set the pace, and we're just going to key off anyone that tries to get up the road. Again, InstaFund only has 4 riders, and potentially they're maybe down to 3 now if Helena didn't make it back. So you can't afford to miss anything when you're down to 3 riders, and you're going to have to pick and choose your battles on who you're looking to go up the road with or what is going to happen, because you only have so many matches to burn compared to the other teams that have a full squad. And some of these riders are, unfortunately, their day is done, getting pulled off the course by the official there.
Yeah, it's one of the tough parts about the circuit nature, I guess, of this course. Does not bode well for riders off the back staying in, so the officials have a pretty convenient cut point there at the line. It looks like they're using it out there today.
Yeah, it's a safety factor. It is a judgment factor. If they are in town, you have to let some of this local traffic through the course at certain times. So, you can't just have racing athletes all over this course and, a 7K circuit. You eventually have to hone it down to just what we're seeing. So it's very important that happens. Unfortunate for those athletes. Again, it's a one day, and they were hoping for a lot more today, but that's the nature of the beast.
Back to the grind on the back of the field. These riders out of the saddle, pushing that bike side to side just to close it down. I think this is still Kira Payer, who's been fighting up there all day. I'll see if I can get a read on the number here. Might actually be Ariane Bonham. The 34 on her back.
Brad, you're younger than I am. I can't tell.
I have a better internet connection. Maybe that's the key. See a little debrief going on with some of the riders as well. Good chance to catch up with friends and family here. Great shot from the front of the peloton with Team USA lining it up 3 deep over there. They're starting to let it rip.
Yeah, Amber Neben, we are seeing a lot of her at the front of the peloton today. Definitely setting that pace. She is a time trialist through and through, and she will ride the front until she can't anymore. And she also prefers to do that. I mean, she is not going to be a Megan J. Strab and be very comfortable sitting in the peloton. She would much rather prefer just doing her pace, setting the pace for the entire peloton and for her team. So yeah, that's where we will see her until her day is done.
Back to the front, little separation. Looks like off to the side here. They'll reel that one back in. Certainly not making it easy out there. Is that the read here, Lauren? I mean, are these teams just trying to make this as difficult as possible at the front? I mean, if you're Team USA, what's the direction here? What's the thinking riding at the front this early?
Well, again, this is a mostly flat course. 112 kilometers isn't that long in the sense of races that we are one-day races that we're used to. We're looking normally, 140, 150 kilometers. So they have a little bit to play with. And again, USA has the numbers, I would say. So you have one or two that you can burn off. And so speed is safe. The faster it is, the less swarming the race is. Let's stay at the front. Let's, keep this pace at a constant. It's not over the top, obviously, if Amber can stay up there and hold this pace. Then, obviously some of these other teams now, you've got Canadian national team to the front. And again, that's okay. If you guys want to go faster than I'm going, by all means, come around. But I'm not going to drop below this speed because I feel this is a safer pace for this entire peloton and to keep us safe at the front. I would, so I feel like Amber's very comfortable at doing that. The Canadian national team is very comfortable at doing that. And they're going to do that until they feel like it is then time to execute a different plan. And they have already talked about this pre-race. And I would imagine halfway through these laps, we're going to start to see a different peloton play out.
Back to single file here as they knock out their fourth of 14 laps today. And once again, Rodder's using this opportunity, the uphill to the finish, to be aggressive, launch attacks, try and get gaps going. Wouldn't be surprised if our first split of the day, Lauren, came off of one of these attacks coming through the line.
No doubt. And again, a whole other reason that you're going to have the national teams at the front. You're going to have your DNA Pro Cycling, your InstaFun. That's why they're up there. Is these sprints throw again another dynamic, another layer into the race, and you can, an opportunistic rider can play off of that sprint, either that sprint, a counter sprint, a sprint within the lap. So you always have to be aware. And every time we see them come through the start finish on a hard lap when they're going at pace, we see this picture right here: single file, lined out. It's going to take you a couple of minutes, up to 7-10 minutes, to just get back to the group if you're off the back. And every time that happens, that is just that whiplash effect. It is more matches you're burning, and it's another opportunity for chaos and confusion at the back. So again, a whole other reason that everyone's at the front, that needs to be at the front, and keeping this race at pace.
To the windy section as well. This is the longest, straightest section of road that they race on this course. So sort of the one opportunity that you get to get a good look up the road, and then they hit this bend and it's out of sight again. So actually a pretty technical course, relatively speaking, compared to a lot of other circuits that we see out there. This one is plenty of turning, plenty of opportunities, and plenty of chances to attack like DNA is doing right now. On the right-hand side of the screen, let's see who this is, being followed by Red Truck and a few more riders joining in.
That sure does look like Heidi Franz to me, Brad. Definitely trying to shake things up. Again, we were talking like, you go through a couple laps trying to figure out what's going on, and then that's DNA. They've basically been letting these teams pull them around, and here we are starting to see them now draw out, see what's going to happen, see who's going to come with us, see if we can't break this up a bit.
Somebody going to counter-attack off the front of that move from DNA. I think that's a Team USA jersey getting away solo here. Meanwhile, more chaos at the back, but the attacks have started up front.
This group is just praying to get back on. It's going to be a tough ask for them. Red Truck Racing back here, directed by Denise Ramsden, a teammate of mine, former teammate of mine. Good to see her still in the sport.
So we'll check this jersey. I think this is actually an Israel Premier Tech. No surprise. Check that. Selection Quebec maybe with Brittany Cachon. We see an 82 here.
Yeah. This is good for Brittany. Essentially, she is playing the teams against each other right now. Again, we've talked about Canadian national team. We've talked about Allison Jackson. We've talked about USA national team, Amber Neben up there. And so essentially, Brittany's saying, hey, y'all sit back there and fight over who's going to be the front. I'm going to go off the front and see if I can't just sneak away from you guys.
Brilliant time to do it, coming off of the Heidi Franz attack for DNA Pro Cycling. Let Franz kind of set it up, and then Cachon trying to take it over the top. We'll see if we can get back up there and see if she's made any progress. Got to assume at this point, Lauren, she still wants some company. Probably doesn't want to be up there solo. I would assume that she's probably looking for some help.
That's exactly what I was about to say. You took the words out of my mouth. So again, these are fast laps, and yeah, she's definitely going to want some assistance up there. A little reprieve would help her cause.
We'll get back to them shortly and see what kind of progress they've made on the front. Typically, Lauren, it's not the first attack. It's not the second attack. Sometimes it's the third attack, but usually it's, somewhere in the 10 or 15 attacks that will go that ends up being the one that sticks. And we're just into maybe the second or third attack of the day.
Right. We're just kind of getting into the meat of the race. And, you're talking about the 10th or 11th attack, and you're hoping that you can play that card and be the one that's waiting for that 8th, 9th, 10th attack. And we now have Insta-Fun going off the front, giving it a go, taking their hand at it. A lot of coverage on this course as far as out of sight, out of mind. We talk a lot about that. I mean, you look at the trees, the buildings, some of these blind corners, you really can't see very far up the road. And when you can't see up the road, excuse me, I was wrong on it being an Insta-Fun rider, Kamoji rider. But yeah, once they're up the road and beautiful tight turns through here. Oh my gosh, what a great course! They can get a gap, and you know you can't see them up there, so you're not quite sure how far they are up there. And if you don't get a time split for a little while, they can get a significant gap if you're not careful. So that's what they're hoping. They're hoping to get up the road, get a gap, and to put the peloton under a little bit of pressure, get one or two more up there, and see if we can't get something rolling off the front. It's a big ask, but you got to try.
Lauren, looking back at some historic photos of this race, including the one with your hands in the air. I see a small group coming to the line together behind you. Do you recall how that one played out for you?
That was a couple of moons ago. No, it was a really great race. That was one of my last races of my career, and we were in Gatineau Park, so there was a significant climb that we had to get up and over, and that definitely decimated the peloton. But we came in with a pretty big group of sprinters, and it was all about a roundabout, a flat run into a roundabout, and then you come out of the roundabout, you go off the on ramp in the opposite direction, and then it was another right hand turn, and then probably 300 meters uphill sprint finish, just like we're seeing today. So it wasn't a smooth run in. It was a lot of positioning and slowing and braking and protecting your space, but then also being able to sprint out of all these corners, and then who breaks the least and who's the most efficient. And yeah, I'm so thankful for a great lead out and a good team around me, and that's what's going to happen here today. Is you're going to have a sprinter with a good team around her that's going to be able to pull this off. So a great win, and one that I still have the trophy sitting at the house, right in a very prominent spot. Very proud of it, and to be on that trophy, the actual Gatineau trophy, it's quite the honor.
Field back through for the fifth lap. In and done. That means they will have intermediate sprint points on the line next time through. Not this time, but next time we see them. We'll have a good look at Lori Millet from Team Grand Este Comungi La Fabrique. She'll be first through the line with just a few second gap over the rest of the group. Team USA keeping a close eye on it. Nice view from back up at the front. And back to single file here. This seems to happen every time after they leave that finish line, Lauren. Maybe just the downhill nature of this part of the course lift the speeds a little bit. Could be a fight to get to the front before they get to a more narrow section of the course, although I think that bike path comes towards the end of the circuit. But any idea why the speeds may pick up after they leave that start line each time? Group starting to break up at the back again. Just a few falling off here. Another hand in the air here. Looks like one of the Team USA riders, I think. Back of the group looking for some service. Remember, not everybody will have a team car in this race. Some teams will be looking for neutral support cars. So teams like InstaFun, I understand, does not have a team car in the group here. So those riders will have to wait for a neutral car. It's an unfortunate part of racing, Lauren. You don't always have a team car there waiting for you, but sometimes that neutral car can be your savior.
No doubt. And we have seen the feed zone to the right of the course in a I don't know if it's an odd spot or what we're seeing on the camera versus what they are feeling in the race, but I'm sure the race organizers put it in the best place possible. But yeah, if you can't get through that feed zone, it's good just if you feel comfortable enough to move around the peloton and have a conversation with your director too is very important. So. Yeah, it's good to go back to the car, and if you have the opportunity, you're back there, grab a couple more bottles for your teammates.
Meanwhile, Laurie Millet still up at the front of the group here. This group going to wrap up on the line. Tough position for a solo rider here. It's a decision that you have to make. Do you try and keep rolling the move? Do you just keep it within striking distance to allow riders to try and come up and join? Or do you just pull the plug, realizing that you're not going to get any help up here? I think that is weighing heavier and heavier on Laurie Millet's mind right now, trying to figure out what to do in her solo move up the road.
Yeah, she's got to stay committed to it. I mean, this may be her one and only shot, like you're talking about. She may not have a huge team or a team that, Kamoji team does have a full roster here, but you have to try. You're out there, you have to try, and you're hoping that someone joins up from behind. But yeah, and that it's not someone too terribly strong because you want someone almost equally matched with your efforts. You get someone up there that is potentially a time trialist specialist, and they could almost ride you off your wheel trying to get you to pull through. I mean, she has spent so much energy at this point; she's burning matches left and right now. So she's looking for someone any minute now. Or yeah, but yeah, she will stay committed out there. She's there. This is her shot. She's taking it.
Well, good form, certainly feeling good to have the guts to make a move like this. Millet not even looking back, and look at this, out of the saddle. This is how you attack a ride. I mean, putting in the effort out of the corners. Wonder if this is company on the way up. Just cut away there from the camera, but she may have another rider coming to join her. No, just a shadow. Well, good to see the effort. Good to see she's staying on the gas. I guess that answers the question about what she's going to do about not having any company. She's not going to care. She's going to keep rolling.
And Laurie is no stranger to top results. I mean, she was fifth at national championships this year, in Canadian national championships, and fourth the year prior. So, she's having her day today.
Fields still got her in sight. Good shot from the moto here, just behind Millet. She's certainly not making this inviting to come across the gap, that's for sure.
Well, that's kind of the catch, isn't it? I mean, if you're too close to the peloton, you're going to get too many, or potentially they're going to swarm you back up, or you have to kind of extend your lead as much as possible and pad that deficit back to the peloton. You have to commit. I mean, you can't kind of play that game in between. That's up to someone behind to make the attempt to come to you, not for you to sit up and potentially be a bit closer. So Laurie is just, this is the cards, and she's playing it, and she's going all in, Brad.
Well, still not even halfway through this race yet. So still plenty of racing to go for the group, but if she thinks she's got the legs that be able to stay away from the group, sometimes those are the moves that make it. Best case scenario right now for Millette would be that this field doesn't take her seriously, right? They give her time, let her have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then before they know it, it's too late to bring that much time back.
And, this is a beautiful play for that team. More of not I would say not necessarily a well-known team. So sending someone up the road, taking the pressure off of her teammates, it's a good play by them, making the others chase you down and potentially sending another teammate up the road on the counter attack, and hopefully taking a couple of other compatriots with you.
A little bit of calm at the back. Good chance for riders to grab some bottles, grab some food, get a little recovery here. Do see some riders jumping out of the saddle up to the outside of the group. They may be trying to mount. Yeah, seeing some riders trying to jump away from the group right now, trying to mount another effort to get up here and join Laurie Millet.
Now they're within, striking distance, only 10 seconds maybe back to her. So, I think her attempt is coming to an end.
No bot.
There's that feed zone.
Millet going to skip it, staying on it. She's got a bigger focus right now. So maybe about a 100-meter gap, something like that right now from up above. Might be even a little less by the time they get through the line here. Lauren Stevens keeping an eye on the front of the field. And that tells me, seeing names like that up there, that they probably are keeping Millette on a leash here. These riders would be able to make the catch if they were all in on doing so, if they were willing to put in the effort. But right now, I think they just have Lauren Stevens up there just kind of on patrol a little bit.
Exactly. 100% agree with that. You have what's looking like you've got the Emily Ulrich, Amber Neben, Lauren Stevens team time trial, pick a rider, stick them at the front. They've got the ability and the strength to keep one rider, wherever they want to in this peloton, within striking distance of a counterattack.
Nice job by the teammates there, trying to get up to the front of the field. One of her Team Grand Escamugui La Fabrique teammates just trying to slow things down a little bit, I think. Set tempo, or maybe preparing for a counterattack here, sensing that the catch may be imminent. But I did see some of Millet's teammates making their way to the front of the group.
Brad, another product of stringing out this peloton is when you come through the start finish, that uphill start finish area, then you have a right hand turn, a left hand turn, and all of that just keeps everything strung out like we've been seeing from that drone shot. So it's a technical run back out of town, back out onto your next lap, your next circuit. So and just more reasons why this peloton is so strung out. Not only just the pace, but just the course, the parcours is just leads to that.
Back to single file on this section. And back to chasing on for these riders at the back. Still a lot of names in this race that we haven't said at all, Lauren. Some big names that have just been sitting in, letting the teammates do the work. And I would expect to see them make their way forward a little bit later in the race. One name that I know you mentioned at the top of the show that I'll be looking for as well be Skylar Schneider in that Pan Am Champions jersey. Wearing a different jersey again than her Team USA teammates, but I would expect that white jersey to be up there in the finale today.
Agreed. And someone else that we haven't talked too much about on that same team, Megan Jstrab. Again, two very powerful sprinters that we have. And then you've got the likes of Sam Schneider to lead them, guide them into the finish. A very savvy sprinter in her own right. So, you know, again, a very strong team.
A few more riders looking for their team cars at the back. As Millet comes back into the group, and DNA takes over at the front this time.
And just as we talk about, you know, Skylar Schneider and Megan Jstrab, you've got to look at Heidi Franz, and you've got to look at Shayna Palace for DNA Pro Cycling. You know, they are very savvy bike racers as well, and have been racing their tails off this year. So, you know, you got someone like Holly Breck to guide them in. So this is going to be a great finale if it does come down to a sprint finish between these teams that can basically drag some of these strong, smart athletes around, and you know who's going to be savvy enough to know when to go. This is going to be a good finale.
Team USA lining it up on the front. There is Schneider back there in the white jersey, just at the back of those dark blue jerseys of the Americans. And I would say this is wise for these riders on the left-hand side of the screen here. Use the opportunity to move up, because you're not going to get a better one than that one right there. Even just going from, let's say, 25th up to 20th or 15th, that's a pretty big advantage, Lauren, just because it gets you that much closer to the action, that much closer to being able to react to anything that may happen. And seeing so many big-name riders stacking up at the front right now, I'm just wondering, it's a question of if, not when.
Exactly. And you know, a lot of times we talk about that as the washing machine effect, and that's what it is. You go up, you slot in, and you kind of fade back. You go up, you slot in, and you fade back, and you know, eventually you get more efficient at that, and you have more of your teammates around you, and it starts to become a more smaller movement. You don't have to make 10, 15, 20 gains on riders to get back to the front. You're now only moving 2 or 3 spots. And that's the key to, quote unquote, staying at the front, near the front, making those small, efficient movements, and knowing, kind of honing in and knowing that gut instinct of, oh, when do I need to now try and pick my way forward, swim back upstream again. That's, you know, you learn that over time. Little conversation between competitors, commiserating over the day.
Find a little shade, cool down. That's Nadia Gantova, the Roxo racing rider. Back out to the field. More riders in trouble at the back, fighting to get back up there.
Lauren Stevens still on the front, setting the pace. A couple of laps up here now for her, reprieving her teammate Amber Neben.
Meanwhile, things going to calm down again in the group. On their 7th lap out there. Nice to see some folks trying to keep up along the bike path there. It's a good way to watch the bike race. Unique perspective.
Definitely get a sense for the speed.
Over the speed bump there as well. What would be a good average speed for a day like today? Lauren, what do you think average tempo is out there right now?
That's a good question. I was wondering if we were going to be able to see the moto's speed on some of the straightaway. I'm very curious. I was just thinking that this is going to be a fast race. And again, we're talking, there's not a whole lot of elevation gain or loss, but you know, when you have someone like Amber Neben, Emily Ulrich, and Lauren Stevens basically at the front doing a team time trial, it's going to be a fast average speed. I would hate to say. I don't have a clue. I don't know. Yeah, mid to upper 20 miles per hour for sure.
A lot of that average speed will be dictated on how the race plays out, how some of these teams fight each other, how the dynamics of the closing laps play out. But still about another hour before we get there. Right now, just beating each other up, trying to put the hurt in the legs.
Brad, I'd say this peloton has almost been cut down, not maybe in half. It has just been destroyed.
Getting ready to make their way back out onto the circuit. Too early, Lauren, for the sprinters to start thinking about maybe what a sprint into the finish looks like? I mean, they're going to get 15 looks at this before they get to the final sprint. But as a sprinter, are you starting to spot lines right now like maybe the Canadian national team is doing on the front here?
Oh, no doubt. This is something they have definitely been doing and having a conversation with their teammates already. Again, you know, they have seen this yesterday in the TT. If you did the time trial yesterday, this finish anyway. And so, yeah, it's a different day, different weather conditions. You know, we weren't quite sure with the wind. We know there was a bit of wind out there, but it hasn't really played a factor as far as echelons or anything like that. But again, they know these 2 right-hand turns within the last 500 meters, uphill drag. And then, again, as we've seen, as they go through the start-finish, it continues the risers and then, you know, a right and left-hand turn and then another right-hand turn before they basically settle back into pace. And so, yes, the last 2 laps leading up to the finish, again, that'll play a factor into how your sprinter wants the team to set up or how the team plans on setting up. And so you have the pre-race game plan, but you know, if your team leader, let's say it's Amber Neben for the U.S. national team, they are going to assess that, talk to whoever the sprinter is, and kind of get a sense of, hey, this is what I feel, even though we may have said this in the pre-race plan. And, you know, again, they've got radios, so they can talk to Rachel Hederman back there. They can go back to the team car, get a water bottle, and have a conversation. I feel like they are kind of dictating today's pace and the race today so far. So yeah, there's definitely no doubt in my mind that there's already been a conversation, and what we can't see is that they literally just look over to each other and can have a conversation with one another in the peloton. You wouldn't think you'd be able to, you know, it's if you're the average rider out there on your group rides, but yes, it's very much capable and needed and demanded from a team leader and from your sprinter and your team captain. You got to have a conversation out there, and that's definitely happened.
I would certainly assume there's some conversation amongst the teams or between the teams as well. Some of that will happen in the cars back behind, but a lot of that happens just in the group, chatting with other riders on the front of the field, trying to figure out who's feeling good, what other teams maybe have the same motivations or goals as you. So we may see some teams trying to recruit some help for their missions. And looks like Team USA on a mission right now with Emily Ehrlich up on the front. Look at this form, down low, get an arrow. Ehrlich can do this all day long. This is her bread and butter right now.
No doubt. We saw her at Armed Forces earlier this year, earlier this summer, racing the criteriums there, very long days, and she's just a robot. She stayed in the same position. She never changed form, and she sat on the front for her team 2024 and for her ultimate sprinter. And just, man, it was just impressive to see that she's almost a metronome when it comes to racing in that position. No doubt. But yeah, like you're saying, there's this race, and then there's also the race in the caravan, the cars behind. You just like you're saying, you have those team directors driving the cars. They pull up to another team that may potentially want to get up the road. You know, you may have an Insta Fund and a DNA Pro Cycling. You know, having a conversation with one another of, well, let's work together. You know, talk on your radio and I'll talk on mine to my team, and you know, let's go up the road together. And you know, two heads are better than one, and we can definitely put forth some a bit more pressure on some of these other teams if we work together.
It doesn't look like that conversation has happened yet at the front of the group. Or the conversation was, let's just see who's left over after we drive up here on the front. We've seen Team Canada contributing. We've seen InstaFund up there, but I think DNA and Team USA probably the two teams doing the most work so far.
And looking at Team Canada, you know, a lot of these women were racing yesterday, and we were kind of looking at that start list and kind of looking at today. And you've got the Bear Claw and you've got Jenna Nessman, and I would say those are more up and comers. And then you've got Allison Jackson as your team captain, and you know, well-known pro rider, and so she'll basically kind of look after herself. But I would think this is more a development race for some of that team. But at the same time, they're very strong young riders, so much potential, and you know, they could definitely catch USA by surprise. And I say USA because USA's just been on the front the entire day so far.
Well, Allison Jackson going to need those riders for a little bit of help. Remember, this race also earns riders points for the Olympic selection. It determines how many riders each nation can field in each of the Olympic cycling events. And the more results you have, the more points that you have, the more riders you get to start. So riders like Allison Jackson will be looking to basically punch her Olympic ticket here and guarantee a bid for Team Canada.
And if you're an athlete and you hadn't signed your contract for next year, having a 1.1 win under your belt is huge. You have points to your name, and you know, that's a little bit more bargaining power. But you know, we're getting long in the season now, so you know, hopefully some of these more top tier riders have. But there's always someone kind of left out because there's just not enough teams for all of these athletes. So, you know, someone is always looking for a team.
Coming up on an hour 20 in, and Team USA still driving up at the front as the field heads out on their 8th of 16 laps. So coming up on halfway through the Tour of Gatineau.
We've seen a couple of attacks today in the first half of this race. ones and twos, trying to see how things are playing out. Plus, we've got the bonus sprints thrown in here. So, but it's all come back together time and time again. It's just a product of the strength of what's in the peloton, and obviously USA Cycling wants this race to stay all together. They are looking for a sprint finish, no doubt in my mind. Canadian Cycling National Team sitting there, usually second wheels, second team, going to be an opportunistic team. And then you've got the likes of Instafun, DNA Pro Cycling, Kamuji trying to get up the road and try and shake things up. So that's kind of been the dynamic of the race thus far. We'll see if that doesn't change any come halfway now that we're in the meat of this race, and if things don't change up towards the second half of this race.
Seems like a lot of teams happy to let Team USA do some work up here on the front, saying if you want to take charge, more than happy to let the riders in the blue jersey do the work here. Certainly plenty of riders that would have the ability to get up to the front and do the work, but if you don't have to, no reason to.
You're exactly right. Another factor, we're talking about the wind. Yesterday, I think it was around 60 degrees for the temperature for the day, and today a little bit warmer. And like we said, it's a later race. Yesterday it was mid-morning, and here we are today, late afternoon. Not typical of a one-day race. Different shade on the road, and again, different ask of your body. But it's not a huge difference when it comes down to the physical aspects of things, but just the mental aspects. But I think these are all professional athletes, and they are handling it just fine.
Looks like Amber Neben taking over on the front of the field now. Little gap rolling away off the front here. Quick look over the shoulder. It's a good start to a move. See if anyone wants to go with her. DNA going to send one across. More in this scenario with Team USA driving on the front. Do you want DNA in your break or not?
Yes, you do. 100%. One of the stronger teams here. Someone that, yes, they've got Shayna Palace, they've got Heidi Franz, but you always want a stronger team up the road with you. It can always change the dynamics. You never know what's going to happen. We've already seen DNA kind of being aggressive, trying to get off the front. So, yes, that is someone you definitely want up the road. And like we were talking earlier, the directors potentially were in the cars having the conversation amongst themselves, and this could be a product of that.
All right, so they're going to have a just small gap coming through the line here. We'll call it just a few seconds, but laying the groundwork for a split. See if we can ID these two as they come through as well. Still looking. Stand by here. It's a tough part of IDing riders on the front of these races, Lauren. Sometimes by the time we figure out who they are, the group has come back, and maybe even a new group going away. Yeah, look at this. Field is going to tack it back. Team USA keeping things in check out there today.
Just like you said, as soon as we see who it is off the front, Lauren Stevens has brought them right back. Again, we are within those sprint points, those bonification points. So, you know, again, another factor that in controlling this race.
A few riders working together off the back, trying to finish their day strong. Always nice to have a few riders to at least ride with, stick with, as you roll through those final kilometers. Back out to the front, group has been brought back. Team USA, Team Canada, keeping an eye on things up on the front once again.
And as soon as Lauren Stevens brings them back, Amber Neben goes to the front again. This basic team time trial from USA Cycling.
Well, now you almost start to sense a feeling of fear in the peloton after seeing the way that move was treated by Team USA. That certainly does not open the door to make a lot of riders think about starting a breakaway after watching the way that Team USA shut that one down. So if you know that you're going to have Lauren Stevens and Amber Neben chasing you, that may weigh into your decision and whether or not to leave the group.
You're exactly right. That was a more intent close down of a gap. You know, again, you know, we're talking about wanting a DNA Pro Cycling up the road, and that could have been a potential bigger threat. So immediately shut it down. Don't let them have any time. Don't let anyone else across. And so, yeah, you're exactly right, Brad. That one was a sharp return.
Continuing to send that message on the front right now. See Team Canada lining up in third spot. I think that's going to be Ehrlich second wheel. And now these riders using the opportunity to move up left side of the peloton.
You see this one rider to the right of our screen. That asphalt looks pretty tough over there, kind of cyclocrossing through the gravel.
See Team USA letting one of the Canadian riders slot into the line here. This is not quite a lead-out train, so the lead-out rules don't really apply here. A lot of times teams will be more than happy to let other riders or other teams into their train if they're going to contribute, if they're going to keep tempo and ride well, ride smoothly, ride powerfully on the front. Teams like USA will be more than happy to let, let's say, a Team Canada rider into that train. That'll change as we get closer to the end of this race, but right now, as long as you're willing to do the work, you're welcome to be part of the group at the front.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know, you haven't seen Megan J. Strab near the front at all. I just saw her helmet poking through, maybe top 5 right there, top 8. But yeah, that's the whole idea for your sprinters to not see the light of day until it is necessary, which is going to be at the very last moment of this race.
Should complete lap number 9 here. We'll send them out on their 10th of 16 total. Looks like the wind's starting to die down a little bit. Those flags were waving just a little more at the start line, I think. We saw them fluttering just a bit more. calmed down a little bit, but it does look like it's going to be a tailwind for the Riders. The way that these winds are blowing here looks like maybe just a little bit of a cross tailwind coming from the Riders' back right-hand side, but for the most part, seems like a tailwind kick to the finish for that last 400 meters.
Right. And unfortunately, this rider is getting the dreaded red flag. Day is done for Roxo. Unfortunate, but nice to see the fans still cheering her on.
It's an unfortunate part of racing, but she'll live to fight another day. There'll be another bike race. It's the beautiful part about this sport.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Exactly.
She's
Back
probably
up
not
to the
saying that right
front. Gesture up there from Amber Neben. Looking at the feed zone up ahead. Yeah.
Good grab too. I mean, I feel like they're kind of going at pace right through there. So it's a good grab by Amber when you're really wanting that bottle. Someone else that we're not going to see at the front, but we will see at the finish line, is Allison Jackson. Again, you're talking about for a Paris-Roubaix winner this year. Like, man, what a great result for her and for her country. So definitely going to be keying off of her. She's going to be keying off of the USA's national team sprinters and try and play her hand against them. And very formidable racer and savvy. So keep your eye out for Allison Jackson today.
I wonder if this race is hard enough for Allison Jackson to win. It would be perfect for a rider like Skylar Snyder, who's used to doing some of these shorter races during the season. But if you've been over doing 100K plus days, this may favor on a relatively shorter day. But
yeah, yep. But that's a big but. Go on.
There's a lot, I was going to say, a lot of competition here. The field here is much different than a rider like Allison Jackson would be used to racing, so a lot of question marks there. And then the composite nature of, I think, the two big teams here with Team Canada and Team USA throws a wrench in things as well. It's just a little different when you're racing with your national team. It's not the trade team that you're so used to racing with all year, although a lot of these riders will know each other well. They've raced together before, so there's certainly a good camaraderie between those two composite teams.
Yeah, so like you're saying, this may not potentially be a long enough or hard enough course or a race for Allison Jackson, but so how do you change that if you're trying to control this race and put the win in your hands? You make the race hard. So what you're going to see if Allison feels like she can out sprint the sprinters, she's very much fine to sit on the wheels, follow, and take her, play her cards that way. If not, we're going to see her go early. We're going to see her go 2K out, 3K out, and just try and sustain a hard enough effort, get a separation that that a Skylar or a Megan can't close, and play off the fact that you've got Amber Neben, Lauren Stevens, and Emily Ulrich working on the front and doing this team time trial essentially for 100 kilometers in the hopes that if I go and maybe I can draw out one other person, if they can give me one good pull, I can then attack again and make this race hard and just put fate in her own hands. So we'll see which card she plays today and how she's feeling. If she's got the sprinter's legs, or like you said, if it's not hard enough and she wants to make it hard, that's how she's going to do it. Attacks through the start-finish line, separating things out a bit.
Looks like some riders starting to drop back. I saw some Team USA jerseys happily drifting backwards. I'm wondering if their job is done and maybe they're turning it over to some other riders, although seeing some separation on the front. A few riders pulling the plug as they come through here. When we go back to the front of the group, I think we're going to see some more separation up there. Now, again, some of that I think is just naturally because of this course. The way that the course races, it gets faster after you go through the line. That's going to cause some splits. But when we got that last drone shot, it looked like there was a pretty good-sized group with a little bit of separation. You see that gap right there, maybe 15 wheels back, something like that, although it looks like this one going to come back together.
Well, so I was just wondering, was that one of our bonus sprints? So not if there was a gap, not overly concerned, knowing that historically so far these sprints, they have gone for the sprint and then has come back together. They've let off the gas. So I'm wondering if that was one of our sprints, and just slowly everything starts to weld back together, get under control again, and see if if the USA national team is not back at the front again.
Yeah, that would have been the lap number 9 sprint. Next one comes up at lap number 12, and that'll be the 4th and final sprint on 3, 6, 9, and 12. Now, those are real gaps starting to form in the group right there. That is a good 10 bike length gap.
Attack off the left side of our screen right now.
Looks like Caitlin Rowerda, maybe DNA Pro Cycling having a go at it.
Again, we were wondering what DNA was probably going to do, and this was it. I mean, now we're in the second half of the race. They put in 1 or 2 attacks at the beginning just to kind of get a sense of how things were who's gonna chase it back and what it was gonna look like. And now we're seeing a bit more aggression of the DNA Pro Cycling team, and if they can have one rider up there, they are loving that and gonna want to roll that through.
Saw a little bit of conversation last time we saw him. That teamwork's starting to spin up a little bit here.
But USA national team is not having any of it. Brought that right back.
Shuffle and reshuffle. See if another group goes away. As Tempo claims more victims at the back.
Kira Payer and Nadia having a conversation of things.
And just debrief on the day. Talk about what went right, what went wrong. Get back out there to cheer on some teammates. They'll be back through shortly as we start to get down to it on the 10th of 16 total laps out there today.
Nice look through the peloton here from our moto camera, getting a sense of what it feels like towards the tail end of the peloton. Here's our 4K in small path. Seems that all the riders are now acquainted with that.
We saw a little bit of a scramble early on for riders to get up to the front. I think there was some fighting going on before they got there as well for that position. But once you get a little more comfortable with that narrow path, that becomes less and less arduous on the approach. Meanwhile, the makeup of the front of this group is starting to change. Team USA no longer dominant with their train on the front after a couple attacks have gone. They are now down to just ones and twos up there instead of the 4-rider train that we saw forming earlier.
The ever-present Amber Neben up there, you know, again, one of the smartest bike racers in this peloton, knowing her capabilities, and she's going to ask a lot of her teammates today. So I would expect her to make sure that everyone is in position and in place and racing according to plan, and as very much as she's been doing for the most of the day, just on the front, setting tempo.
Riders getting some updates from out on course. As we pick up back of the group here, still single file. But I will say it does seem like things have calmed down a little bit at the front. And just as I say that, the cycler racing rider going to jump away here. I think this is a cyclery jersey.
I think you're right. I think that's exactly who that is. We got one trying to jump across out of the peloton to meet with her. It's probably, yep, DNA Pro Cycling. DNA Pro Cycling hasn't gone in full on the breakaway attack moves, because what we would see, if that was the case, we would see as soon as one DNA rider would come back, we would see the next one go immediately. We're more seeing one go, stay out there for a little bit, get brought back, wait a lap, another one goes. So they're trying to play more the opportunistic breakaway, not full on committing to it, which is fine. Because like we said, we've got Heidi Franz, we've got Shayna Palace, you know, you got Holly Breck to lead it out. So that diminishes your opportunities for breakaways by a little bit. But at the same time, if someone goes up the road, we want to make sure we're there too. It's kind of trying to do everything, but you know, you never know. And if you're up there, that's good. And if you're not, then it's not so great. So that I would think this is DNA's tactic, is to try and leave a couple for sprinting, and the rest more opportunistic. Help your sprinters stay in good position, and then hey, if you end up finding yourself near the front or off the front, take that opportunity.
Moto giving us a good look at these riders fighting at the back. See some LA Sweat jerseys back there. They'll be riding for Emily Flynn today. In the green jerseys. Meanwhile, Team USA back up at the front, back to their old tricks, lining it up 3 deep up there. Actually, call that 5, 6 deep. Whole squad's up there.
They sure are. I think, you know, when we saw during the sprint, the intermediate sprint point, essentially things kind of got shuffled out, and instead of panicking and everyone moving to the front immediately, they all just took their time. Amber Neiman was up there. She found her way up there immediately, and then you saw the others eventually filter back up to the front using as little energy as possible.
Out on lap 11 of 16 right now. Lauren, if you made it this far in the race, if you're in this group, you got to be feeling pretty good about your chances to make it to the line. I'm sure there's a few riders that are just barely hanging on at the back, but if you have made this selection, you can feel pretty good about your legs today.
You can, but there's still it's only going to get harder. So you can't get complacent. You can't be complacent. You can't just hang out at the back and be like, "Wow, what a great day." You have to keep thinking moving forward and what's happening next and anticipating the next move and how much harder this is going to get from here on out. If you're just barely hanging on, that means trouble. But if you're feeling pretty good, you should make the concerted effort to be towards the front, start keying off of other riders and other teams, Canadian national team, U.S. national team, DNA Pro Cycling, InstaFund, and the likes. And so it's yeah, you can feel pretty good about yourself, but there's only more work to be had.
Back up to the line where Rodgers will be starting their 12th lap. Again, that will also take us into the final point sprint of the day. Issue here for Emily Flynn, looks like.
Oh, Brad, you jinxed her. You're just talking about LA Sweat was probably working for her now. Oh my goodness, that's no good for Emily. Hopefully, whatever it is, she can get some assistance. There's still time to get back into the group and to gather yourself from a mechanical or a flat tire. So hopefully, she has the assistance.
Group coming back together at the front of the field and at the back of the field as well. So a general truce out there right now. That won't last long, though. It'll only be a matter of time before riders start to get away. At some point, Lauren, you also have to start thinking about when it's too late to get a breakaway going, because with only 16 laps of racing at 7K per circuit, they're going to be coming up on 4 laps to go here. Not much time left to get a break going.
No, you're right, Brad. But at the same time, that may be the card you have to play. But and trying to wait as late as possible. Now, when we think of laps, a lot of times we think about criteriums, and you have this lull and this sense of, oh well, a lap is. You just have this quick thought in your head that a lap is only 1.2K or 1 mile, but this is 7 kilometers. So you don't see lead outs happen until the last 3 kilometers. So yes, I mean they could potentially wait until that last lap, and rightfully so should, because that's a long lap. 7 kilometers is a long way to go. So keying off again that right at 4K to go, you've got that tight path. You've got these turns at the 500 meters to go. So it's uphill riser. So all of that plays into those last 3 or 4 kilometers. So even though we think of laps per se and that there's only 6 left, that's still a lot of racing, a lot of ground to cover if you're a lone lone attacker or you have one or two out there. So it's very much could still play to the advantage of a breakaway in that last lap.
Field is racing this section a little differently later on here as well. That little neighborhood area that they just went through, we were pointing out earlier, is where a lot of riders were going single file, but now it looks like the chaos is more just at the back of the group going through this narrow section. You saw a little dip as they came off of the road and onto the bike path, and then back out onto the road here.
Cyclocross out there, right at that left-hand turn. They're just cut through the grass now.
Team USA still driving it up on the front there. That has been the game plan for them all day. And when you come into a race like this in the position that Team USA is, as some of the pre-race favorites, you're almost forced to ride at the front of the field like that. The pressure falls on the shoulders of the biggest riders in the group. And so far, that's been riders like Team USA here. So no surprise to see them riding on the front, but this will certainly affect how much they've got left in the tank when they get to the finish. Although, see that white jersey just tucked back there of Skylar Schneider, who has not done a lick of work all day, which is exactly what she should be doing.
You're exactly right. I mean, they have everything to lose here. So, yeah, they have the most pressure on their shoulders for today's results. And it looks like these speed bumps are starting to add up. I mean, we're seeing a mechanicals left and right, and I think that's just a product of some of this course. And again, another reason to be at the front and controlling where on the road the peloton goes. Amber Neben's up there. She is directing the whole group, and you know, if you're 50 people back, you can't see where you're going, and potentially, you know, hitting some of these potholes or, you know, whatever that is causing a lot of mechanicals and flat tires through this section.
See a lot of riders spread out behind Team USA, but nobody coming forward over the top of them. I think this is a situation that we're going to have to get used to seeing for the next few laps until we get down to the last one here.
These riders at the back, I think, did she just pick up a feed? She was looking for a feed for sure. And sometimes other Swan years will help basically anyone when it comes after they've seen all of their riders go through and they've taken care of everybody they need to take care of. They'll, you know, it's a nice gesture to make sure everyone else is kind of looked after.
I see the water just in the distance from that helicopter shot in the banks of the Ottawa River. Just on the northern bank of the river as it flows into Gatineau and Ottawa. Gatineau just across the Ottawa River from Ottawa. Team USA back on the front, fully locked in here as they come back through for another lap. Lauren, the message is clear for Team USA right now. They believe that they've got the legs. They are in charge, and if you want to win this bike race, you're going to have to go through the red, white, and blue today.
Yes, Brad, you're exactly right, and that's okay. I mean, someone has to be that team, that person, and that they're okay with setting that pace, and they're going to set a pace that they feel comfortable with. And we just saw it looked like a couple of riders coming over the top of them, and that's fine. We're getting down towards the end, and when again we talk about when you have a sprinter like Megan Jaystrab and Skylar Schneider, they know how to surf. They don't necessarily need a big lead out, a full lead out, a clean run into the finish. They are very fine finding the wheels for themselves and taking care of themselves. They're going to look after one another as best they can, because what better person to lead you out than a whole nother sprinter? So yeah, that's they're okay with having that weight on their shoulders. They would rather take the race by the reins themselves than let it come to them. So very much okay with that playing out just like that.
Team USA gave up control coming through the line there. We saw some new riders coming forward. Team Canada was there. LA Sweat was there. And we'll see how Team USA responds to this change at the front of the field.
Yeah, the trick with that, Brad, is if you let off control, it lends to teams attacking, and it kind of it throws the dynamic of the race off. You've been in control this entire day, and now it's just gone pear-shaped on you. So you have to be careful to at least be represented, dotted, sprinkled throughout that top 10, however you have to be, but you can't just totally sit up. And we see them coming back on to the left of your screen, right in the center of the road. They're more now just slowly making their way back up to the front. We have the one more sprint, intermediate sprint, and I think that will shake up things for a little bit for another lap, and then they'll settle in for the finish.
That is the rider out of Cyprus. We saw, I think, getting that mechanical service earlier with Antri and then Constantina Giorgio. I think the rider that we just saw heading back onto the start-finish stretch there. A little bit of bad luck for her, but is back and chasing. Maybe she can get into contact with some caravan vehicles and try and get back up there. Different shape of the field now, not one team in charge anymore. There's a few teams spread out across the front. And again, great opportunity to move up for these riders at the back. They're using it on the right-hand side of the screen here, making their way back into the top 20. Here is LA Sweat on the left-hand side, chasing back in. I'm not sure if this is Flynn coming back from the cars. We saw her back there earlier. Maybe finally finishing up. That'll be it for Giorgio from Cyprus. And now the slow march for Team USA resumes back at the front, starting to get those blue jerseys back up there.
I was going to say they look like the body English of Emily Ulrich back to the front. All right, look at the kids to the right. That's great on the bike path. That's what I'm talking about.
Kept up for a good while. It's an impressive ride.
if Gatineau has kids races, you guys, Brad Soner is there with bells and whistles. He gives them the best race day experience you could ever imagine. I've seen this firsthand. It's the most exciting and thrilling race of the day. I don't care what category you're in, but it is the kids' races that Brad definitely brings to light.
Everyone knows that's the most important race of the day. The premier
Yes.
event of any bike race is the kids' race.
Circuit area through the neighborhood here. They do this right-hand bend, and it's a long drag, and then it's onto the tight goat path, as I'm calling it.
This
When they get a little
transition.
cyclocross. Yes.
You
The
can see
grass
more and more
right here.
riders starting to cut it a little tighter on the inside there. Take that inside line. Very European right now. I love this. Lauren, we've been talking about Team USA, the team to beat out here if this one does come down to a sprint. For the other teams that need to figure out how to beat Team USA, like let's say Team Canada, maybe trying to launch Allison Jackson, looking to get her some UCI points, how do you do it? Is it just an attack from 3K out? Do you just go all in on that one move? What are some other ways that these teams could try to beat Team USA?
Right, that's a great question. And earlier I was talking about DNA Pro Cycling and trying to go on the attack and what that would look like in a if you really want to get up the road. So essentially, it has to be one after the other, and as soon as one comes back, the next one goes. So if you're Roxo, if you're DNA Pro Cycling, if you're Ride with Rendell, and you're trying to get your top rider, your GC rider, your rider of the day off the front, you start sending everyone else first, and she's the last one to go. And the hopes that the confusion and the chaos and something shakes loose for you in that, like we're talking about, even with definitely in the last lap. I mean, it's all bets off. Everything you've got 100%, every single rider, every single attack is there. It's like they're racing to the finish line. And as soon as they're done, they're done. Like there's no more getting back in. That's essentially how you're going to be able to beat a team, such a strong team, with a lead out like that and with the horsepower like that. You've got to just throw them off guard any way you can and make them question their effort and their lead out. And when you do that, and when they start second guessing what they're doing, that's when you've won the race. And that's the only way I really see some of these other teams being able to play out that strategy. You can try and essentially sit on the sprinters and come into that finish line together in the hopes that they don't have the legs. But I think your chances are better by taking the race in your own hands versus just letting it play out in the sprint finish.
Remember, riders will be looking at intermediate sprint points next time through the line here as well. 3, 2, and 1. And we've seen them going for it so far, Lauren. I mean, these teams have not been afraid to jump away. We've seen Team Canada putting some efforts in to get up there. Could that affect or maybe be the start of the winning breakaway this last time through for points?
100%, and that's what we're talking about. Is we've seen it splinter through those sprint points, and again, you'll see some of these riders just kind of assume that it's going to come back together, and that's another play for these teams is to let someone else potentially go for the sprint, and then you counter that. But yes, that can definitely mix things up and confuse things and take people off guard. So. And then just to have that sprinter's jersey is a crucial jersey to have for someone, the up and comers that are, if like you said, some of these teams may not be able to win the race, but they can definitely win that jersey because USA Cycling, USA national teams not probably going to go for the sprinter points as well as the win. They're very much letting someone else take those. Even Cycling Canada, let those go. That's not important. We want to win the day. So for those that may not know that they can win the day, they're going to go for these sprints.
And it looks like LA Sweat jumping out of the saddle, looking for the points across the line. They will take maximum points. Going up against Team Grandes Kamungi La Fabrique. If we can get confirmed results from those two, but LA Sweat picks up maximum points that last time through for intermediate sprint points. Maybe Stephanie Halamek, mission accomplished for her. And back into the group, got the points that she was after. Good riding there. More gaps at the back here. Tempo must be picking up at the front of the group.
This is also a very fast part of the circuit. I feel like this would be so interesting to see how fast this moto is going right now. It just, my gosh, they are flying through this part of the course. Again, a good look at the back of the peloton of just the effects of the accordion of going through the start finish line, that riser, that uphill, push through the start finish line, and then the technical turns right back out on the circuit, and then this fast section, just spitting them out ones and twos, and just, these riders at the back are just fighting to stay on. And then here we have basically no one's wanting to keep the pace too terribly high. They are expecting USA national team to come back up to the front and to hold the pace.
And looks like Lauren Stevens says, all right, I will do just that. I will get to the front and hold a much faster pace than we're riding here as Stevens gets a jump here. Now, this is your worst nightmare, Lauren, that Team USA starts attacking before you get the chance to, because that pretty much takes your chances, your cards off the table to play. in terms of trying to jump them. So Lauren Stevens is now taking the attack to the group here. She's taking 2 with her.
Yes, the best defense is offense. I am a little bit surprised about that. I would figure that they would want to just control the peloton and control the breakaways and bring it into a field sprint. So I find that interesting, actually, that attack interesting. You've had USA on the front all day controlling the race, bringing it back, and now we have an attack by USA. So I found that move very interesting.
Wind starting to pick up a little bit as well. So those flags waving just a little heavier than they have been. See if we get a better look at that front group of what was 3 last time we saw them, sparked by the Lauren Stevens attack. That has to be heartbreaking, watching a rider like Lauren Stevens attack out of the group and knowing that it's not getting any easier from here on out.
Right, that there's nothing you can do and just follow and hope that the group comes back together. But then, again, you see that and then you're thinking, uh-oh, well, that means if she's attacking, that means the rest of them will start attacking. And just thinking about that tactic, like what could they be thinking? The only thing I can think of is, potentially Skylar or Megan may not fill the sprint, or they want this to be a hard race, and the assumption that, again, Lauren may only have a couple of matches left. So instead of just staying on the front and slow the pace, just slowly settling down, go on the attack and make sure that, keeping it in check on who's following her, and that she can follow those wheels easily, but making this race harder for Megan J-Strab and Skylar Schneider.
I guess the next question would be, do you need 6 riders in a lead out for someone like Jastrab or Schneider in the finish? Maybe they're thinking they can afford to burn someone like Lauren Stevens and still have 5 riders left for the finishing sprint, with 6 riders on the roster for Team USA, and Amber Neben, Emily Ehrlich, Skylar Schneider, Samantha Schneider, Megan Jastrab, and Lauren Stevens. So Stevens the first to go, but that's still 5 cards to play.
It is, and like we were saying earlier, USA national team sprinters are very much okay surfing and finding their own way to the finish line without having a full lead out like you're talking about. But why make it that much more harder? Usually you would, you let the other teams, not let them, but that's usually a product of the race, is the other teams essentially make that confusion happen. You don't have to make it happen for your own team.
DNA perfectly positioned up there all over the front, just keeping an eye on things. Another rider off to the side from the Cyclery Racing team. Not sure if she was moving forward or back. We just lost the picture there. Getting ready to complete their 13th of 16 laps. This looks like a relatively calm field right now, Lauren. Riders going 3, 4, 5 wide across the road. Not a ton of chaos at the back. Maybe a little reset here after that Lauren Stevens attack.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Step off the gas a little bit and everyone takes a breath. 3 more laps. And like you were saying, if you were hanging on before, every time it lets up, you were like, oh, thank God, thank God, thank God. So one lap closer to the finish. Misfeed there to the right.
Got one eventually. I would also assume that that feed zone will probably close here in the next lap or two. Typically close it in either the last lap or last two. We'll see when they come back through. Meanwhile, Amber Neben back up on the front, setting tempo here for the rest of the field.
Back to the
as
team
they
time
wrap up.
trial. You had Lauren Stevens sitting second wheel and Emily Ulrich sitting third wheel, so groups back together.
Group riding much tighter this time through. You can really sense the fear of Team USA in this group. They are just not willing to attack and come over the top the way that they were earlier in the race, especially with those points available. But now this field really just seems like they are waiting around for this front group. Team Canada going to move up across the line there. But again, no more points available in the intermediate sprint competition. That one unofficially has been locked up by Fabien Bury from the Grane Komungi La Fabrique squad, winning the overall sprint competition after, again, 4 laps of sprinting with 3 points available each lap.
All right, here we go. This is Cycling Canada putting in an attack here, trying to put U.S. national team under pressure. Lauren Stevens on the front, trying to bring that back. Like we were saying, this could potentially be the start of Cycling Canada making this race a bit harder for their compatriot and teammate, Allison Jackson. This is how you do it. Now the key is to see if Cycling Canada will send, as soon as she is caught and made contact with by the peloton, will Cycling Canada send the next rider off the front?
That attack claiming at least one victim at the back of the field here, but we'll see if we get back up to the front and look for another attack from Team Canada here. Give them the old 1-2. But that would need to come right about now.
Right. Easier said than done in theory.
Yeah.
I can tell you how to do it, but in practice it's a lot harder.
USA going to shut that one down. DNA hovering up at the front here as well. Little look over the shoulder. Maybe trying to set something up for them. I see them starting to move forward here. DNA may be looking to keep this one together. They may take their chances in the sprint against Team USA. If they're not able to get the separation that they need, that would certainly be a team capable of switching over to a sprint plan or plan B if the breakaway doesn't work out.
Well, you know, Heidi Franz has had some great results this year. So, you know, and she's happy in her new home with DNA Pro Cycling. So if you give her an honest shot at that finish line and head to head against the best sprinters, you know, she has a really good chance.
More debriefs happening here in the lovely Gatineau neighborhood. Back out to a rapidly separating group here. Looks like some other teams going to take charge over on the other side of the road here. So now looks like a good little chance to reset, kind of take inventory, figure out who on the team is still feeling good, catch your breath, have a little chat with them, and make sure you got the plan worked out. Make sure you know who the star is going to be today for each squad here. Lauren, could a break go on the last lap? At what point do you say that a break is no longer going to be able to escape here?
Uh-oh, it looks like we're having a bit of a mechanical here. Yes, 100% the brake can still go in the last lap. Again, a lap is 7 kilometers long, so, we still have plenty of racing to go. So you just, again, you can't get lulled into thinking, oh, I only have 3 laps to go, we can do a lead out. No, 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 no. Like, you got to work more on distance on a course like this versus laps, because if you start working on laps, you're just going to burn through your team so fast, and your sprinters are going to be left hanging high and dry. So 100%, if there's any time to go, it is the last lap. It'll be the last 7 kilometers. Again, we see attacks go in 5K, 3K. So again, you've got that right there. We just came off of that tight bike path cut through section. That's a great place to attack. You've into that, because it's going to be hard for anyone to follow first and foremost if you can get a good jump out of that. And then you basically only have 3 kilometers to the finish, which is still a long way to go. So very much attacks in the last lap. Wouldn't be surprised, and I would 100% be looking for them. It's interesting. The sun is also starting to get behind these trees, and it's making it a lot harder for us to pick out who's where in the peloton. And if it's hard for us to pick out, it is also hard for any riders in the peloton to kind of get a sense for who potentially could be up the road. So, just another factor to play into the end of this race is when you don't have a whole lot of light to get a gauge for who that is or potentially be going up the road.
Team USA back to the front, back to driving. Can see the back of the group here starting to respond. I'm also seeing some Team USA jerseys back here. I think that's Lauren Stevens tacked at the back of the group here. Is her job done for the day, Lauren?
That's a great question. She put in that attack, and when you expend that energy, and now the pace hasn't slowed up like it has in the past laps, and you've got fatigue in your legs from yesterday and now into today towards the end of the race, it's going to be harder for you to recover and then continue to move back up to the front, to go back to the front and go back to work. So I don't know that her job is quite done yet. I would fully expect her to be at the front again before and at least into the last lap. I would expect that of her form and of her capabilities. But it just may take her a little bit longer to get back up there based on that effort and where she sits in the day.
Getting ready to head back onto the circuit to complete the 14th of 16 laps. They should see 2 to go on the counter. Look at DNA lining it up here on the left side of the group. But again, very clear that they're more than happy to let Team USA ride the front here. DNA could take over here if they wanted. I would say the same goes for Team Canada and a few other squads that are riding near the front. So they're making a conscious decision to let Team USA set the tempo here, let them ride the front. Now, that could come back to haunt them if Team USA is able to continue driving it. Here's Stevens at the back. Just trying to get a look at whether she's back there because she wants to be or has to be, but it does look like she's moving up here a little bit. So maybe just back at the cars, getting the last little chat with the team. It's her with the pink helmet just at the very left-hand side of the picture here. More riders at the back of the group. Catherine Amon for the Ride with Rendell team, doing a good job hanging in there. See some Roxo jerseys back there as well. Team Canada doing a great job riding at the front. They are doing exactly what they need to do to defend the position here, to at least be in the conversation to go up against what I would say are the two biggest teams here now that have established themselves in DNA and Team USA.
Yeah, I was just looking and noticing that this would be a great place for Lauren if she has the ability to start to move back slowly towards the front. And there she is. She's already probably moved up 30 or 40 positions on the inside of that corner right there. So just slowly starting to draw her way back up to the front.
Steven's a great example of a true pro, a rider that understands when there's urgency and when there's not urgency to get back to the front. Like you talked about, being able to move up 30 spots, work smarter, not harder. Lauren Stevens is the kind of rider that will sit in for 10 minutes knowing that there's a spot up the road where she'll be able to pick up an extra 30 or 40 spots in the group like she did in that corner there. So that tells me that Stevens was probably at the back of the group by choice this time.
Team cars rolling through. Good thing we don't see anyone in the caravan, so the officials are doing a good job of making sure that any stragglers are scooped up off the course, safe and sound, back at the start-finish line.
The dreaded flag on the line. The commissar has been waving to pull riders as they come through. This is turning into a little bit of a battle on the front of the group there. Team Canada is really giving this one a go as they are starting to amass some of those red and white jerseys up on the front.
Yeah, we're definitely, we're into the last 2 laps, so the intensity starts to pick up, the pace starts to pick up, the acuteness starts to become very clear, and yeah, this is the nerves. Also, the peloton gets a bit tighter, and you can feel the sense and the intensity and the nerves of the peloton as these laps come to a close.
Just caught some more riders moving up there. I think this wind is actually picking up, Lauren, as the day has gone on. I'm noticing some of the umbrellas starting to flap in the wind now as well.
Mm-hmm.
Here's DNA back up to the front. Riding like a well-oiled machine right now. They came forward when they needed to. Happy to let USA take over for the first portion of this race, but now looking like DNA would rather be in control here on their second to last lap.
And that's what happens, Brad, is essentially is when your team all gets together, others see that. And then their team gets together. And then the other teams get together. And when that happens, the pace just naturally picks up. It's, again, I'm talking about these nerves and the anticipation of the laps coming to a close, you know, that they just have to be careful to keep the reins tight, because even though you say there's only 2 laps to go, that's 14K to go. I mean, there's still plenty of racing left, and you can't go too hard too fast. You burn off your riders too soon, and then you're basically left, you know, that wasn't the game plan at all. So they have to be very careful. All the teams, everyone has to very much monitor their efforts these last 2 laps and work more off of kilometers left versus laps left.
Almost dual trains forming here with Team USA and DNA. See a few more light blue jerseys lining up behind them. I think that might be the Grande Camugi La Fabrique squad, or maybe Promovello. But good to see there are going to be a few teams organizing up here at the front in what is looking more and more like it's going to be a bunch gallop to the line today.
It does. That's exactly the sense I'm getting as well. But again, like we've talked about, there could very much be attacks in those last kilometers, that last lap. Nice to see all the fans out here today.
Beautiful day. Come watch a bike race. This looks like a great place to enjoy some racing, enjoy the neighborhood. Try and get you back out to the action on course just as soon as we can here. And things looking exactly like they did when we left them. USA and DNA fighting on the front. I don't know if I would call this fighting yet, because they don't look like they're really trying to come over on each other. They're both happy with these sort of dual lanes that they're riding here.
Right, and I think Amber Neben's time is coming to a close, but you know she's ever present, very very strong rider, still at the front, still setting tempo. And it looks like the national team, U.S. national team, is more spattered behind her, not directly behind her, not lined out like we've seen in the last laps.
Team Canada lined up there as well on the left side of the group, a little bit further back, kind of sitting behind DNA, but they are grouped together. That's a good sign when you at least have the teammates locked in together. And Canada has that right now.
And again, going back to everyone's kind of playing off of the U.S. national team because they have the most to lose here today. You know, they were all together, and then the other teams got together like I was talking about. So what you can do to kind of take that pressure off, split up again. Again, you've got 2 laps, you've got 14K to go. You still got plenty of time to gather together again to do a full-on lead out in the last lap. So if you getting together causes intensity in the peloton, well then split back up. Go, go back to where you were. Megan and Skylar look after one another, and Amber, go back to the front, and then you've got 2 other teams in between you, and then the next person behind that it looked like Lauren Stevens or Emily Ulrich. So that's okay. That's another way to kind of take the pressure back off.
And now almost stalking the Team USA riders on the front, just waiting for that move to come. More riders moving up the left side here. Good opportunity. Ooh, and some gaps forming on the front here. You can see the shadows from up above. And let's see who it is as they get ready to roll back through, wrap up another lap. This should take them down to 1 to go. It is going to be DNA leading the way. And I think that's Rauerda again. Ooh. The LA Sweat Riders losing a wheel there. Good save. I think it was an LA Sweat jersey. But either way, some separation on the front as they get ready to head out on their last lap of racing here.
Look like DNA is basically putting in an attack through the start finish. And, like we were saying, are they trying to put in this last lap all out attack and see if they can't unnerve the U.S. national team or unseat, that whole lead out train?
We just saw Amber Neben at the back. I think your prediction may be accurate that her job is done, having done all that work. My prediction of Lauren Stevens being done is wildly inaccurate because now she is back to the front here for Team USA.
Well, and who's to say, again, when USA comes off the front, everybody else kind of looks around of like, well, they've been setting the pace all day, so why are we going to do it? So essentially, everyone lets off the gas. So the potential for Neben to even come back again is great, depending on how the teams are playing this last lap.
Shape starting to change here as well. Fast line moving up the right side of the group. Little reset. Oh, and look at the gaps forming at the back here. Another selection even being formed this late in the race just speaks to how hard this has been all day.
Right. This peloton has definitely dwindled from the 102 starters that we had earlier.
DNA going to be in this one as well. They've got the full squad right up on the front here. And remember, they have the advantage of not having pulled all day. They've been just watching USA Cycling burn that energy on the front. And so I'm liking DNA here. They've got the numbers. They're in good position. They've played the day well so far. And in a group that can't be more than maybe 30 riders left in that front group, having 4, 5, 6 riders, pretty good advantage.
Right. Having these bigger rows, a little bit more space to pick your way through the peloton also helps. Having Shayna Palace, having Heidi Franz there, your lead out train led by Holly Breck. Yeah, they are definitely going to be sitting in a good spot for this finish.
DNA with a couple riders that can finish strong. Heidi Franz coming off of some good results this year. Sarah Van Dam, your reigning U23 Canadian Road National Champion. We've seen Caitlin Rauerda riding really well today as well. Coming off a Stage 5 win at the Vuelta Colombia this year. But they've got to channel all those results into one effort for one rider today in this finale at Tour of Gatineau.
So now we have DNA on the front setting the pace. I'm not quite sure who that was exactly, but
Also going to be looking at Team Grande Comugui La Fabrique. Remember, they had Fabian Bury winning the points competition earlier today. I'm not sure how many matches Bury would have burned in that pursuit, but she can sprint, and we've seen a few of those jerseys up at the front, so we'll keep an eye out for Comugui La Fabrique.
here we go, Brad. We've got USA national team all at the front now, all lined up. They have all found each other. Again, talking about when they need to, they're all there. And it looks like the entire team is there, led out by Lauren Stevens.
A little bit of a cross-border battle forming here with Team USA and Team Canada trying to line their teams up on the front, and poor DNA is stuck in the middle, the Niagara Falls of bike racing today. This is really going to be about the race into that last corner, which again comes just inside 500 meters. Lauren, do you want one lead out rider, two out of the last corner for, let's call it a 500-meter sprint? Do you take just one with you out of that last turn? What's a sprinter's mind thinking there?
I would definitely take two. You know, the more the merrier. This is going to be a tricky spot right here. Turn it into the tight path. Everybody making it through successfully. I was actually holding my breath for this section. I just wanted to make sure everybody made it through that. But yeah, look at this DNA Pro Cycling back on the front. That's great. No, I would take two. And you know, if we came across the line 1, 2, 3, hey, we are winning. So yeah, it's up to the sprinter to come around their lead out person, because that lead out person is doing the work. You know, if you have someone going at 500 meters in front of you, that means that they're basically going to make it 250 meters and then start to decline in their speed. So, and you've been sitting in that draft, and that's good for you if you have the legs. So yeah, I'm all down for having another one up there for me.
Well, DNA defending that position up there. We'll see how long they can, though, as now USA Cycling takes over with Emily Ehrlich setting tempo. So Team USA, DNA, and Canada all fighting up here at the front right now. I see one rider from I think is Team Cyprus. In the white jersey up there, but no teammates. Now that's important for the Cyprus national team because they are looking for Olympic qualification points. Same with all of the national teams racing here. Team USA looking to get another rider into the Olympic selection. They would be able to get one more spot if they earn enough points here towards the end of the season. Canada trying to do the same thing with Allison Jackson. So there's a few things on the line here with a win at the race, obviously important, but the UCI points also will dictate how many riders each team gets to start at the upcoming Olympics.
This is such a good battle for control of the front of this peloton. We can't be far from the finish now, Brad. I mean, this is back and forth. Each team, DNA Pro Cycling, U.S. national team, this is straight on. They want this. It's all for the fight for that 500 meters, those last 2 turns before going into that finish line.
More riders at the back. Julie Lacourtier for Team iBike. Now the pointy end starting to dull out a little bit. Lauren Stevens continuing to drive up there in the pink helmet. And now it starts. Stevens going to have a hard time defending this position. She's got a hard charging group coming up her right-hand side, although the left-hand turn going to help that as she's able to move all the way to the other side of the road here. Stevens going to defend the front of this group.
Swinging
Canada
wide,
right
protecting that
behind them.
inside.
Yeah, very good job protecting that line. Sam Schneider going to go second wheel. Skylar Schneider third into the corner here. DNA trying to get more up there. Van Dam trying to move up the right side. Now you see the lead out riders swing off. They open up the sprint on the front.
This is it.
And you can see it goes single file. This will go down to 3 riders in contention for this sprint. I think that's Schneider in the white off to the left. Here's a good shot. Team USA going to go at it with 2 to the line here.
As Megan J-Strap for the win.
And Jastrab going to have her hands in the air across the line. I think Schneider got in there for third maybe, but Team USA comes good after controlling all day. Lauren Stevens doing some work for the squad today. Amber Neven deserves a big round of applause as well, but mission accomplished for Team USA unofficially. Megan Jastrab, your winner here in Gatineau in a bunch gallop to the line.
Brad, I can only guess that that was probably Allison Jackson. It looked like Cycling Canada in second place. And yeah, Skylar Schneider was posted up in third, I do believe.
Not sure if you get official results here or not, but certainly looked like Megan Jastrab to me.
What a tough sprint finish. Again, having Lauren Stevens leading in 500 meters to go, they were protecting that inside line until the very last minute, swing all the way left, swing wide to take a right-hand turn. Sam Schneider protecting the inside for Skylar and for Megan. Then basically Lauren pulls off, and it is up to Sam and Skylar to lead out Megan J-Strab, in which they did. Neven coming across the line here. Job done. Job well done. Brad, unofficial Megan J-Strab first. Allison Jackson followed by Skylar Schneider.
Wow. Great sprint to the line. What a great field at Tour of Gatineau with 3 worthy podium finishers today after a tough battle on the front between a couple major teams, but in the end, Team USA comes good. I think Canada can be happy with this one as well. Obviously not the win that Allison Jackson came for, but second place will get her some UCI points and get them a little closer to that Olympic berth that they're hunting here. Not sure if we'll have a podium here or not for our second day of racing here at Tour of Gatineau, but we can give you our unofficial podium with Megan Jastrab on the top step, Allison Jackson taking second, and Skylar Schneider across the line in third. Great day of racing here in Gatineau. Some exciting battles on the front, some great teamwork, and some great racing. But Lauren, in the end, I think a worthy winner out there today. The right rider won at Tour of Gatineau.
Yeah, again, you know, the national team, U.S. national team, had the most to lose and came out winning the most. So that was a job done for USA Cycling, and great race for Cycling Canada as well.
All right, well, as the last few riders make their way in, we will bid you farewell from the Tour of Gatineau today. For Lauren Hall, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching. Congratulations to all of our winners, and today's big winner, Megan Jastrab from Team USA. From the commentary booth, we'll see you back next year for Tour of Gatineau.
In third place, en troisième position, représentant les États-Unis, from the United States, Skylar Schneider. Presenting medals and flowers is Mike Flynn, the owner of the bridge. Please don't have to keep it down. So, the ball of Mike Flynn will be assigned to the bridge.
Oui.
In second place, en deuxième place, représentant le Canada,
Thank you.